We've got Shelley online.
I'm gonna take my thing off for.
That'd be excellent too.
Speak.
It's Carrie. I'll log on in 2 secs. Natalie, no.
She just joined. I admit
Okay,
it.
so everybody's, all right, I will call the meeting to order.
I'm here.
Hi, Nat. For Tuesday, April 1st, 2023, attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Jolly, Mackay and Bermansky joining us virtually. We have an agenda in front of us and I'll go to Mr. Killett because he's in the room.
Yeah. That the April 11th, 2023 agenda be adopted as presented.
Perfect. Or no changes or additions, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, and we get Ken's?
Yeah.
All right, that passes unanimously. All right, and then we do have a couple of appointments, and obviously we're super excited because last Monday, Tuesday, we claimed National Poetry Month in April. So I just thought it would be fun to every one of our council meetings to have a kickoff with a poem. So Ari is here with us today, and I don't know if you've prepared something on a topic specific or just
Just a piece, just a piece today.
all right. So whenever you're ready, we'd love to.
Would you like me to stand, go in the middle of the?
Where are you from?
Anywhere. You do.
If we have standing, is that going to be good for the camera?
Yeah, I'm on Ari right now. So if you choose to stand, Ari, go right ahead.
Okay.
I'll stand where I am. I'll introduce myself a little bit. My full name is Ari Netzak, but I go by Ari for those of us who don't have time for $5 words. I am delighted to be in front of council today, get to see a little bit of the kind of ritz and glamour of municipal city politics. Always happy to be in St. Albert Place. It's one of my favorite buildings. It's really beautiful. I could talk about it all
Did you
day.
go here?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I spent for ages like 9 to 18 in St. Albert, and I was in, we did a lot of things with the library, so in this building a lot. And today I am sharing a piece. It is one of those pieces that I feel like some pieces will come fully formed as a singular idea, and your job as the poet is just to write it down and get it all out. Sometimes you set out with a vision and you say, okay, I have to cobble, some elements together, but I have something to start with. And sometimes you start writing and then you have another thing you started writing and you just kind of spring them together in a hopefully harmonious type of way, which is, again, hopefully what I've done today. I always do a thing with this poem where it is centered around a specific date, like a specific day of the year. So if anyone wants to kind of, as I'm reading, try to figure out what day I'm talking about, it's more than welcome. This poem is called December 28th, 2020. It goes something like this. You make the ice resonate beneath us. This is nothing to fear. It cracks in harmony. And we are suspended above a great red defiance, steel, wood, wire. You shiver as we walk. Flowers whimper in my backpack and you sing. You exhale warm words which wash over my frigid ears, beautiful breaths, synchronous sounds, sliding silk, waves in the air I can almost touch. I asked to hold your hand earlier and brush past it. The sun has sunk below the legislature. Lights dance on trees immovable as they always do. It's December 28th and we are moving as one, frostbite nipping our heels. And underneath the bashful moonlight, I think of how I love you like I love jam on toast. Streetlights in a dark car. I love you like I love the feeling of motion in an elevator. I imagine walking an impossibly expansive, bright, open library with you, and we whisper words which go unheard by those around us, gawk at the impossible concrete monument we stand inside, fire its wooden accents, and we ride the elevator all night, go up with down following after, but you will be leaving soon. We will ride the elevator through the ceiling to the sky where you will catch a plane and I will miss you again. As I plummet down, count the floors before I reach the ground. alone. And I whisper an ode to, oh, great, oblivious oblivion between us. What do you think? What thoughts murmur, ripple across you? Are you afraid of the future? It offers no reply. It ripples its difference. I thank it for its time. On December 28th, I'll send you this letter on a ship in a bottle, which I swear in my heart of hearts will reach you. And you will read it. Smile that smile. I will feel when you do the warmth of it all radiating across the Atlantic. Oh, impossible, unkempt valley between us. You whisper words which go unheard back to me, which are felt as any other, a warmth radiating from you to me as we schedule another call. It is January, and you are gone now. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. What a good way to start our meeting. So you're welcome to sit, listen, but I want to shake your hand for, I didn't really even get to introduce myself. That was awesome. All right. Next on our agenda is the presentation from Edmonton Global. How are we going to organize this? Are you all sitting on the edge there? So you're not freaking out, Malcolm. It's here to watch. All right, Jason, are you going to introduce your team? Are you leading this
I
presentation?
am, yes. And your worship, I'm wondering if I could request perhaps a little bit more than 5 minutes. Could we have 15 minutes of time today?
Yes, of course. Yes. It is committee. We're a lot more relaxed.
All right, well, thank you for having us. My name is Jason Randava. And with me, I have my board colleague, Sheetal Mena-Walsh and Paul Verhessen. And we've also got Edmonton Global CEO Malcolm Bruce and our Director of Engagement, Kristen Aspinas, with us. So we thought today we'd do a couple of things. I'd just like to provide you with a little bit of an introduction of myself and my board colleagues, just so you know a little bit of who is on the board representing your interests on Edmonton Global really quickly. And then I've got a few opening remarks, and then I'll turn it over to Paul and Sheetal. But we'd really like this to be a dialogue, if we could, today, just so we can get into a discussion with you and answer any questions you might have and comments. So as I mentioned, my name's Jason Randava. I've lived in St. Albert since 2004, so I'm a proud resident of the city. And my background covers innovation, marketing, a variety of different industries. I've held C-suite positions with several firms, including Finning and SCM Insurance Services. I currently sit on boards of directors. I chair the governance committee for Edmonton Global and also sit on a few private company boards. And I've been privileged to be one of the founding members of Edmonton Global Board. So been on the board now 5 years and have seen us transition this organization, which I'll get into in a little bit further detail. Sheetal?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Sheetal Walsh. Like Jason, I come from industry and have spent the last 30 years in technology and innovation. I started my career after I graduated from U of A and moved abroad to the UAE, to London, to San Francisco, and I started the venture capital strategy for Gates, as well as raised £1 billion for 900 global companies to scale in the tech space. I currently serve as a senior advisor to the president of the University of Alberta, where I'm setting up an innovation fund, which will hopefully inform our future around diversification in energy, agriculture, health, and artificial intelligence. And I've served on the board for the last year. Thank you.
Oh, that's impressive. Just a contractor. So Paul Verhessen, I'm actually past president and CEO of Clark Builders. Pleased to be here. In preparation, I was going to create a list of all the buildings I've been associated with here in St. Albert, but the list actually got a little long, so I won't bore you with it. Anyway, St. Albert's been a great place to build and develop over the years from Clark Builders, but also from me personally. I'm relatively new to the Edmonton Global. This is my first term on the board, but looking forward to learning everything Edmonton Global. Now I do a bunch of other things. I do some venture capital work as well, but I sit on a bunch of advisory boards, private companies, either looking to scale or succession, those kind of things. So trying to take my 35 plus years of industry knowledge and help the next generation. And a number of those companies are St. Albert based companies. So with that, let's get into it.
Sure. So I'd like to just make a few opening remarks, and I really want to stress 3 points to you today. And those 3 points are mission, momentum, and marketing. So as you know, Edmonton Global was stood up about 5 years ago with a mission that really sprung out of this idea of regionalism within the region. And we were able to take that momentum and the desire of the leaders at that time and create this organization whose mission really is to go out, put the region on the map from an economic development and investment perspective. And our mission is to radically transform the economy of this region, which includes, all of these wonderful municipalities and their various forms and sizes and shapes and diverse compositions. And I'm happy to say that leads to the second point, momentum. So this last year has been a real pivot year for us. The first few years were spent really standing the organization up. I mean, when we started, I remember the first board meeting, we had this newly elected board. Malcolm, who was a part-time CEO, still had a real job, and a couple of contract helpers was really the substance of the organization at that point. And, since then, we've now got a real team. We've got a real process. We've been able to really go out and do some stuff. And I think you're seeing that in terms of some of the results that are hitting the region recently, whether that's some of the deals that have landed like Air Products, whether that's things like the hydrogen conference that is outstanding. I mean, we're going to go from 4,000 delegates last year to 8, possibly more than that, approaching 10,000 visiting the region this year. It's quite significant. So, and we had COVID in the middle of all of that. So that threw a whole wrench into, as I'm sure you folks can appreciate, into what we were doing. But that mission is well underway now with the momentum that the organizations have been able to create. And I have to say, in partnership with the wonderful work that's done locally here with your EDO folks and that relationship. So that's a very healthy relationship and one that we're very proud of and is built again upon the sort of shared principles and values that we have. And then the third piece is marketing. I mean, a big part of Global's challenge has been putting the region on the map. Edmonton, and I say that, broadly, has been, typically known for, isn't that the place that Wayne Gretzky played hockey in? Isn't that the place that's associated with oil and gas? Maybe if they're that familiar, but really, or isn't that place that's really cold? So a big part of this has been just getting us on the map with, particularly internationally, with people who A, are even aware that we exist, and B, can see some of the wonderful attributes of this place. And that is a major piece. And I think it dovetails nicely into even some of the work that St. Albert's been trying to do. So this recent push that you've made as part of the small and medium-sized cities to get more on the radar of the provincial government, right? Getting them to understand that. I think Global.
We like to ask questions as you go.
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
When you're talking about we're more than Wayne Gretzky, some people might know about oil and gas. Was there a negative reputation that we had globally? And I'm thinking, the word tar sands.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Alberta, unfortunately, has been painted with that brush. I mean, we let people sort of, give us that reputation. So instead of oil sands, tar sands, pollution, et cetera. And I think everybody in Alberta, yeah, exactly. So I don't think we've done a very good job of helping promote the incredible technology, even all of these issues now, right? You think about carbon capture, and we've been doing carbon capture here for a long time. A lot of that technology was developed in this region in Edmonton by people who live and work. St. Albert residents were part of that. So it's breaking down some of those barriers and those prejudices and maybe myths that people have held on to. That's part of it, Kathy. But even another challenge is even just getting on the radar. Do they even have they heard of the region, right? And have they heard of the various components of the region? So I'm happy to say that that's changing. And particularly when you get people either from the region who can travel on some of our missions and meet up with people, or even better, when we can bring them here. And when you can bring them here and you can start to show them the place, we were talking this morning over breakfast, Malcolm was mentioning, you know, as it relates to St. Albert, some of the people that work on Refinery Row, those executives, you know, some of them live here. So when their colleagues are coming from wherever and they say, where should I put my family? People say, well, St. Albert, you know, great schooling, great place to live, quality of life, all of those sorts of things. So it's that grassroots stuff, but it's also the more formal stuff to get on that. And back to your mission of promoting the city a bit more. So, you know, you've got the challenge, I think, provincially of getting the attention. And that's a bit of, we're integrated into that mission. And I think that's not only the local mission as well, but the provincial mission with the government, the Canadian mission with the feds to make sure that we get our fair share of exposure, but more broadly speaking, the international exposure, because we want those investors to realize how good a place this is to invest. And hopefully not just their dollars, but also bringing their people and maybe even bringing themselves. And I'm happy to say again, in the last 5 years, there have been some significant things that have happened. And there are some things I can't share with you today because they're confidential deals that are being worked on, but they're significant and they will have a direct impact. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Paul for any comments and then Sheetal, and we can then open it up.
Stole my thunder. by the way.
Sorry.
If you go to slide 12. So I think you've got this presentation, but I just wanted to put a little finer point on some of the things that you've already heard about in terms of you know, what happened last year in 2022, in terms of the deal flow that we did see and the opportunities that we did work on. So is it working?
If not, I'm just trying to figure out what 12 is.
There you go. It's 2022 at a glance. So,
Okay.
So anyways, while he's doing that, there was about 157 opportunities that we saw and continue to work on through Edmonton Global. There's 83 inbound visits. Those are the ones that you've already heard about, how important they are to get people into the region and get them to see who we are and what we're about. We also had 42 outbound missions. And this is significant because this is post-COVID. This is actually business as normal, business as usual. So I think it's really important to recognize that we had some good success last year. We also had the conferences that you heard about as well, the hydrogen, the forward slash, et cetera. So you go to the next one. This puts a little finer point in terms of the dollar value and the number of jobs that were created in the region, as well as you can see the number of companies on the bottom there that actually made final investment decisions that have landed in the region. Just quickly, the next two slides are just a summary of actually, sorry, this one's important. This is since 2018. There's been, you know, roughly $2.4 billion worth of investment that's come into the region and created roughly 3,500 jobs. So, you know, 5 years now since Edmonton Global was stood up, and we've seen some really, really good success. Yeah, the next few slides are just a summary on the hydrogen convention. You know, this is actually, it's a couple of weeks away, by the way, if you haven't got your tickets yet. But we're expecting, you know, 8,000 to 10,000 people. So double what we saw last year. And last year was a really, really exciting opportunity for us. So we're expecting great things here. So forward slash you heard about, hopefully it's the next slide. Hopefully you were able to attend last year. And with that, I'll turn it over to yourself. You wanna give us some?
Paul. Thank you. I'm not going to speak to any slides because I believe you've seen them. And if there's any questions, we're happy to respond to them. I'll just speak as a executive leader myself who's returned back to Alberta after 30 years of being abroad, and your question about the perception of our region. You know, yes, I did hear all over the world about Wayne Gretzky and the Stampede and all of these great things, but more and more so what I'm hearing and what I'm really excited about why I've come home. And when I returned, my initial role was to be Minister Schweitzer's Chief Strategy Officer, which helped me understand, you know, the movement of money in our province and where it goes and where it gets to. And some of the things that I'm finding now, I think Paul walked through a bunch of companies that have come here. When I'm in the Silicon Valley, when I'm in London during London Tech Week, when we're traveling to the United Arab Emirates and other places, there's just so much interest now in terms of the talent that's coming out of here, the similarities and diversification with other cities that are around the world, and opportunities to partner. I think for myself to have returned after 30 years, I never thought I'd come back to Alberta. I'm so happy and so proud to be here. And I think we have the one thing that I think of every day is we're so small. Alberta is so small with so much abundance of resources and talent and money, quite frankly. And so the way we bond together and pool our resources and talent to actually then represent ourselves internationally is really the opportunity that I see for us. And that's why I'm on the board, because I see Edmonton Global as a platform for us to come together for the region and really just work together to make a difference for the future. Thank you.
Cool.
Questions?
Excuse me. Yes, I'll open up for questions. In the room? Go ahead, Wes.
Well, thanks for the presentation. It's exciting to hear, all of these things coming. I buy into the idea that Alberta, the Edmonton region, St. Albert, a wealth of talent and potential and all of those things. And so the awareness, we've heard of that before. And so certainly appreciate the work that you're doing. So my question to you is, as you go out there and you promote, do you promote the region, or are you just promoting, like, we have one sort of metropolitan area, or like how does St. Albert play into you sort of touch nice place to live, all that sort of stuff, but I mean, how does the region play into your marketing strategy, I guess, or your awareness strategy?
Maybe I'll give you kind of a word overview. Maybe you can get higher detail. I mean, our mission is to serve the region and every aspect of it. And so I don't believe that we try and promote this in sort of this homogeneous way. This really is about the diverse composition of the region and the various municipalities that it comprises, and making sure people understand that. Because again, when you think about why would somebody invest dollars and put up a plant or build a building or move an office, the money's only one aspect. And I think people don't realize that the money's important, but it's all of those other things that actually lead to the investment decision being made, right? Is there serviceable land? What are the schools like? Do I have talent, access to talent? Are there going to be fun things for my employees and me to do? Is it safe? All of that stuff is really, a huge component of it. It's not just, the ROI on the spreadsheet at the end of the day. Yes, that matters. And when you start to weigh all those other variables up and compare option A to option B to option C, the math has to make sense. But it's a lot of those attributes that sort of push the different dials up and down. And so, when you look at, and again, I've lived here since 2004, right? I raised my kids here and they've grown up in this place. It's an amazing place to raise a family. So for young people that are looking to, move to a job, and when they think about their options, if they have the ability to sort of pick and choose, a lot of them are here, right? So Malcolm, maybe you can provide a bit more color on that in terms of the specifics.
Yeah, so there's two examples that I'll use. One is the affordability question. So we use the affordability and we use the different attributes of the region to showcase that there is an affordable place for you to come, regardless of your income bracket or your lifestyle that you choose to participate in. It could be suburbia, it could be downtown, it could be central residential, whatever it's going to be. So the first diversity of options for the affordability factor and diversity of choice for people is very strong here. But we market things by sectors, right? So there's 5 focus sectors that we're really focused on, and we use the attributes within each of our communities to be able to sort of drive that. So think about global logistics. You've had 2 big absorptions in the southwest of your city, right? Uniline and the Fiber Company, and they've absorbed 400,000 square feet. But in the context of the region, in the last 2 years, over 10 million square feet of logistic warehousing space has been absorbed. And there's another 4 million being built as we speak today. And when we talk about the opportunities around our connectedness in terms of the global logistics, Port Alberta and the like, these are how we incorporate your attributes into the larger regional narrative.
I think your new industrial park is going to actually have a big significant say in that going forward. Like, hopefully there is an election coming up, by the way. So hopefully we get some traction there for it as well.
So,
I feel like-
sorry, I just got a couple follow-ups.
Yeah.
So, so as you go out there, how is the region perceived? Are we perceived as sort of a provincial backwater?
It's changing.
It's changing?
It's changed. I mean, you know, again, Malcolm can provide a finer point on this, but so the world's a big place. We've concentrated on a few different geographies. One in particular that we've got quite a bit of traction has been the Middle East. And a lot of that has to do with some of the folks we've been able to hire that have very strong connections there. I can tell you and you know, some of your elected official counterparts who've been fortunate enough to go on some of the trips can probably attest to this as well. We're becoming a known quantity in some of those markets with some of those big decision makers. And again, it's because of time invested, but it's also relationships and it's also the value proposition. So when they actually see what's, you know, first you get them over the hurdle of, oh, I didn't think about that. And then you get them on the ground here and they're deploying capital and there's momentum there.
Mhm.
And so we're going to lean in more, but we have to then look at the other strategic areas. Now, all that against the backdrop, a geopolitical backdrop that is shifting every day, right? So, I mean, we've got to be smart about where we deploy our resources. But yeah, so it really depends on where we've been able to invest, where we are getting that investment and we're making those inroads, you see it changing. For areas perhaps that we haven't covered yet, yeah, you've got to start the journey, you know, where it is. Malcolm?
So I just spent 4 or 6 weeks overseas, a week in Korea, a week in the Netherlands, then 2 weeks in Taiwan and Japan. And depending on the subject sector that we're talking about, there's an actual better understanding of our value proposition than we've ever been. The challenge is in certain markets like Asia, we're up hard against Australia. At the end of the day, Canada's competing in Australia. They have a natural tendency to turn south. So for us to convince them that we have a value prop here worth exploring takes time, money, and effort, right, in those areas to make it work. I would say we're having a lot more success with the international investor and the federal government than we are with our provincial government. And that's just being quite honest. So our path to success is not through the provincial government. It's really through these other two, the international investor and the federal government. And we've seen success, right? Look at the announcements in partnership with the federal government over the last little while. That CCDI initiative started 3 years ago when we called API and said, what can we do as a budget submission for this year? And they said, well, this is a thing that we're working on. We would appreciate your help. So that submission went in from Edmonton Global 3 years ago. And the result is a $174 million project that's going to build small molecule manufacturing for Canada in the Edmonton region. That will be a game changer because now we have this really unique clustering effect that's going to happen in health and life science that's going to be able to draw more and more opportunities in. So this is the kind of transformational work that we've been working on.
Last question, Madam Mayor. Systemic barriers in our region to people coming here. Is there anything that sort of sticks out and says, gee, you know, if this was managed a bit differently, or if the region promoted this, the global community would say, oh, okay. Is there anything big out there that says thou shalt?
Can I just take this one?
Go ahead.
It's simply ourselves speaking about our own region in a positive manner.
Fair enough.
Like it is, you all have networks that are broader than the region. And it's amazing what we talk about to our networks about the problems that we have in our own community, whether, you know, climate, safety, whatever it is, all we talk about is negative things to our networks. It is incredible if we just change that dial. And I'll give you an example. Canada Oats, which is up in Sturgeon County, they're owned by Guadalajara. Do you know when I bring the CEO for that company into market in January? And he's coming from Guadalajara. He goes, oh my God, it's freezing here. I said, yes, but that white stuff out there, see, it does two things for us. One, it's the best bug killer in the world. And second of all, we've never had a crop failure. $8 million investment later.
Yeah.
That's what occurred. Right. So it's about how we talk about ourselves that needs to change. That's our biggest challenge is we don't have confidence in ourselves actually when we're comparing ourselves to others.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, Malcolm, I've heard the saying that we shoot ourselves in the foot and then we're very quick to reload. So
I'm gonna steal that, if you don't.
have to move away from that. But my question is, the world globally is chasing a labor pool that seems to be shrinking. Even today in the paper, there was a headline story about the number of farmers that are going to be retiring in the next few years. It's they talk about crop failure, but we're going to have a farmer failure if we're not careful. So as a region, do we have any advantages to attracting a labor force that we're going to need? Everything from, welders to AI programmers and everything in between. Like, do we have an advantage that can help us promote that?
Yeah, so do you want to take that first? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Listen, I think we absolutely with our post-secondary institutions are paving the way to ensure that talent is allocated accordingly through new opportunities, leveraging technology. But one thing I've noticed is 25, 30 years ago, we graduated and we left. Right? The people that are here now that I'm seeing and having returned home, I'm so proud. I think my child will probably end up staying here because we've got systems in place, we've got a quality of living, we've got not only the post-secondary institutions as universities, but even the vocational schools. There is more learning and there's more of an attitude of let's stay and build. So I'm very confident about the future in that regards.
Yeah, can I jump on that? So I sit on the NATE board as well, NATE Board of Governors, and you're absolutely right. Like the demand for skilled labor is going to continue to go up. And so, the foreign student that comes to NATE or SAIT or the tech schools as well as post-secondaries are all, the goal is not to educate and send them back. The goal is to educate them and make them stay. And stay means success. Stay means a job. Stay means raising a family and all the things you heard this morning. So I think, not only are you having that conversation, but every boardroom table in the world actually is having that conversation. Just another point to that is the technology side of that. So that farmer that's retiring is probably going to be replaced by a part-time farmer and technology, right? I see it in the building. I see it in the trades today. Like the average mason, the average drywaller is 55 plus years old. That not getting replaced by but getting replaced by somebody and technology. So I think, and in our region, that's gold.
Yeah, and I guess another point that I just make on the whole talent thing is we've all heard of ChatGPT and this whole explosion in AI in the last 4 months. And I don't think people really realize the impact that's going to have on a variety of different occupations and professions. The one benefit I think Alberta has is we've always had a strong trades background. The last jobs that are going to be replaced are ones that are, where you have to get somebody to have to navigate through someone's home to go and fix something that's broken or, those kinds of things. So I think office workers, people that do even programming. I mean, we've talked about for years, the software programming shortage. These programs can write programs, right? They can do stuff. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a complete shift in some of these industries in terms of the composition of them and how work gets done. And I think part of our mission here is to find what I would call sticky investments, right? I mean, you want investments that are going to have a strong labor component tied to them so that people are rooted here and they will buy homes and raise kids and go to movies, and, go to the rec center and that kind of a thing. And so, not every investment opportunity is equal because as much as it might be great to have something that lands, or let's even throw a big number out there, $500 million, if it's completely automated and you have a skeleton crew of people, that's good from an economic output perspective and maybe from a taxation perspective on the one side. But in terms of building healthy, strong, resilient communities, it's got a different sort of an impact. So we've got to start thinking about some of those issues because they're coming fast and quick at us. The good news, again, is with all of the post-secondary depth we have in our region, which is unique in Alberta, not to put any of our other, places down, but we've got a very strong, education system, post-secondary system here, and it's diverse. It covers all of the STEM, but it also covers guys that are going to go out and turn wrenches and do that kind of work. And that's going to give us resilience.
Good to hear. Thanks.
Any questions from Ken? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about my voice. Sorry I'm not there, but you can probably, I'm glad I'm not. I guess question, not sure who would answer it. But I mean, maybe it's tied in with the last one you talked about our talent. But when we attract the businesses here, how does Edmonton Global have any part in retaining them, or is that just something that's left up to the individual communities?
Malcolm? I'm sorry, in retaining them here?
Yeah, sorry, Malcolm, and I apologize if I'm not coming clear. Just, once we've attracted them, we're going, you're going out into the world, you're going on these trips and you're attracting investment, or you're attracting them. You sell them on the talent and you sell them on the opportunities that we have basically. But does Edmonton Global play any role in, okay, we got you, now how do we keep you? Or is that just really up to the individual EDOs?
No, I think this is where the collaboration at the regional level really works well. I mean, so first of all, your EDOs are an integral part of landing a deal in a particular jurisdiction. And then once that deal's landed, it's really theirs to manage, and we only help where they need us to. So for example, the Stony Plain deal that happened last Thursday, our remit from Stony came to us and said, we need help securing this. So we went after the investment growth fund, and they got $2.14 million. That was really our main effort. But if you look at Polycar, for example, is a different example. They're FID'd in June of 2019, groundbreaking in 2021 we were part of, and then their grand opening in December of 2022. So we were through that entire process with them, with the community. So, it depends on how much you need us, that we'll either weigh in more or less, depending on what you need. But ultimately that the retention and expansion of those facilities is the jurisdiction that they ultimately land in. So if it's the St. Albert one, then we really count on your EDO team to make sure that they feel that care and feeding that company needs to continue to grow and prosper.
Thanks. I appreciate that. One more question then, just based on that. You talk about talent again and what we have here, but does Edmonton Global, when we're out in the world, do we sell our businesses as well? Like, do we say this is how this build, whether it's AI or innovate, some of our own companies that are homegrown in the Edmonton area, do we go out with Edmonton Global and say this is what we have, or is that more of a we want to get you here because we have this talent, but oh, by the way, we have these companies?
No, so as of last year, we have a director of trade, which was a component that we were missing as we were growing. So now we have that. So over the last little while, we go out to EDOs and ask for companies that may wish to attend on certain missions. So when I was in Taiwan, there was an AI company that came with us called Max Labs. And so that's what we try and build, 4 or 5, upwards of 10 max companies to go on some of these trade missions. So we can organize B2B with them. So they actually get opportunities to meet their counterparts in those particular regions that they're interested in doing business with. So, and that's part one. The other part is, to be honest with you, many companies in this region and in Alberta writ large don't have a lot of experience about export market. And so part of this is educational. So our trade action plan, there's a big component around education, and we're working with the Greater Edmonton Region Chambers of Commerce to host events that are just get to know, right? Are you interested in exporting to Europe? And if so, how do we connect them with some companies that are already exporting to Europe? So that business leaders can ask those simple questions. So what's it like working in a different time zone? What's it like operating in a different language? What are the regulatory barriers? Just to get the education so that when it comes time to see companies that want to do a mission with us, they actually have a better understanding of the opportunities. And just as an example, Max Labs that came with us to Taiwan, they got linked up to an accelerator over there that looks like they're going to be part of that cohort and going into that Taiwanese accelerator.
Great, thank you.
A quick question. So Malcolm said it, the path to success is not much government. I found that interesting. So I guess the question is, how are we working with Invest Alberta?
Like, what's that relationship look like?
Well. It's challenging, but improving. How about that?
It is challenging?
Can be challenging.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge they have is they've had a number of leadership changes and they continue to have a lot of flex through their leadership. And as well as restructuring the provincial government means they've changed departments in terms of their responsibilities. So now they're responsible to the trade, immigration, and multiculturalism. So to be very frank, we've just had a sit down myself with Brad Perry from Calgary with Rick, the CEO for Invest Alberta Corporation, and we're going to sit down next week in Red Deer to map out roles and responsibilities. So we're trying to reset that relationship so we get better outcomes.
From a tactical level, we did have an event jointly in Palo Alto 3 weeks ago. It was Amy, Invest Alberta, Edmonton Global, and the University of Alberta. And it was highly attended by a very large number of corporations, venture capital companies, and entrepreneurs. So the focus was quite good, and it was quite a concise message.
Good. Oh, I see Councilor Mansky's question. Go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you. The question is for Malcolm, and I appreciate you being here today. My question is, what is your personal goal for Global? Because Global keeps growing. I know you've got quite a team and you talk about improving investment in the region, but I mean, you as a board and as a team must have personal goals or a development of your global team to grow and expand as well. So are you focusing helping, or are you focusing growing, or both at the same time?
So I think it's a little bit of, the old analogy that we're building a plane when we're flying it. I mean, I was employee one on the 1st of July, 2020 or 2018. We had a budget of $500,000. The following year, we had a budget for $1 million. The year after that, 2 million. And then last year we reached $5 million in terms of budget. So I've been escalating the size of the team and our offerings, like the director of trade. So as mentioned by Jason, we've kind of arrived at that sort of what I would call almost steady state now in terms of the size of our organization. But we should be about an $8 to $10 million org. That's essentially what I set out for us to be. And that's based on global best practices. We are about a quarter of the size of Calgary. We're 1/6 of the size of Montreal. We're about half the size of Toronto. Yet in terms of delivery of outcomes, in terms of that $2.4 billion, it's very comparable with Toronto Global for the same amount of time. In fact, Toronto Global's been around a year or two extra. So in terms of our peer group, we're batting well above average in terms of delivery of outcomes. And in terms of our size, we're much, much smaller than most of our fellows. And remember, our region is the 5th largest economy in Canada. In terms of an outcome, our goal is to be strategically relevant in each one of those focus sectors that we do, which is the 5 of them, and to be globally recognized in those sectors for the areas that we wish to be. So inland port for Port Alberta for global logistics, we want to set up a bridge in this thing that shows our connectedness to the rest of the world. So those are the goals that we're working on, transformational outcomes that will have long-term enduring impacts for decades to come. And I would say to you that the CCCI one on the health and life science is that kind of transformational change that we're going to make. And there are others coming in the other sectors. So that's our goal, is to be transformational, be globally relevant, and be very competitive against our peers so that we see this growth on a go-forward basis. Put a fine number on it, our region's GDP is about $105 billion a year. And if you want to see growth of 3 to 4% per year, that's about $3 to $4 billion of the net new investment every year that impacts the GDP. So if you think about Air Products is a $1.6 billion project. It's got a whole series of, CapEx and all the rest of it. But its real impact is $1.47 billion to go forward on GDP. So our GDP is going to grow by $1.47 billion per annum because of that one facility. So that is, again, significant in terms of the GDP numbers that we're looking to grow. So our economy continues to expand at pace.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question's
where we can influence, is there anything St. Albert and the regional municipalities better to help? And we're working on bringing industrial land online faster through our collaborative economic development initiative. Are we working well together? Regional transit aside. Or are we still kind of a mindset that we're fighting each other for small pieces of pie when we should be looking at bigger pieces?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll give you my perspective. I think you're doing a good job. Could it be better? Of course it could be better, right? But it's constantly reminding people that, everybody working together is better than everybody going at it alone. If there's one, I'm speaking personally, if there's one thing I would love to see the region do is come up with a common permitting process that can give certainty to investors coming in from anywhere, investing anywhere. So if they want to put a shovel in the ground and it's in St. Albert or it's in Edmonton or it's in Leduc, it doesn't matter. It's the same. That ability to sell that process, that's streamlined and quick and simple, not bureaucratic. If you could accomplish that, I don't know what the impact would be for Malcolm's team to be able to go out there, but I know it would be significant because even when you come and you've got an opportunity to bring people in and they may see a couple of different places they would want to do that, that's a factor. And so I think that kind of a cooperation amongst the regional players will be significant to help move things forward.
Yeah, I can jump on that because, if a company's coming in the region or any developments coming to the region, the next question is how fast can I get operational? Right? And that's a permit. Like Jason's point, like that would be revolutionary in the region. If we could have a common development and building or permitting process that takes away the ambiguity of one region or one municipality versus another one, that would be huge. That'd be huge. That would be a game changer.
Yeah.
Have you had that?
Infrastructure would be the next one, right? Like how soon can I get my services? How what scale and so on, right?
Have you had the conversation about permitting with the region?
Well, I mean, again, speaking personally, I've talked about it to all kinds of people, as an individual. I mean, as global, I don't know, Malcolm, have we had that chat?
Well, we talk about it as investment readiness, right? So it's really falls under the encompass of investment readiness. That's service land for infrastructure, it's permitting. So what I've defined as outcomes as opposed to, how quickly can we get a permitting process done? The outcome is 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it's going to be for a business license. I think that's a better it's an easier process to get to. So that way we're not trying to actually make individual municipalities change your own process. What you agree to is the outcome that you achieve. That might be a better way to get to the outcome. The one request that will be coming down the pipe very shortly is hydrogen infrastructure. So we're going to look at a political push in terms of advocacy, particularly on the federal level, because it's not going anywhere. And I can tell you, if there's one thing from all my travels overseas, is we're standing still and everybody else is moving hard. And if we don't get infrastructure to move product to market, we're going to miss out on the full potential of the hydrogen.
Yeah, even looks like we have that 5,000 vehicle challenge. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, right? So, the infrastructure even to provide that within St. Albert would be, you want to consider that. Promote that.
Do you hear property taxes and as a hindrance coming to the region, or are we affordable?
It's part of the conversation. It's one of those line items in a spreadsheet that, if you've got other advantages that compensate for that, then it is a topic, absolutely.
Yeah, and it just depends on the sector, right? So some is more important than others.
I care less.
I can tell you, the one things like Dow, for example, is in the process of potentially making a $12 billion investment on Fort Saskatchewan. Significant investment. The challenge is it's all sort of stopped or slowed down a little bit because of the Inflation Reduction Act. And we are just not competitive against financial dollars. So we have to figure out a different value proposition. But it could be taxes, it could be other things that make us more valuable.
Sorry, Malcolm, I missed that. What's the hindrance there?
The Inflation Reductions Act that the US put in place, it's a $347 billion bill to green up their technology. So everything from We spent $550,000 on our hydrogen hub for the Edmonton region. The US has put $7 billion into hydrogen hub establishment, not activation, just to establish that. There are significant dollars being thrown around the US in terms of their ESG.
Fair enough. Thank you. Turn up my hearing.
No, it was one last thing. Forward slash is September 28th. I don't know if this was on purpose or accidental, but it's exact, right in the middle of the Alberta Municipalities Convention. So a lot of the mayors will have to choose.
Yeah, so
Be hoping to work together.
forward slash is the event that we held last year is only going to be held every 2 years. What we're doing is we have a series of roundtables that are organized on those lines of
Okay,
municipalities and businesses that they'd like to sign up. So those roundtables are what are continuing for the next 2 years, but so 2024, we'll do another similar type forward slash.
okay. So are you gonna need the mayor's participation though on this year?
No.
Okay. All right,
Search and roundtable.
thanks. All right. I think that's it. No more questions? We're good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Great. That's it for appointments. We'll get into the meat of the meeting now. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve our SCAL meeting on September? Sign up. Go ahead, Mike.
It's a standing committee of the whole meeting minutes of March 14th, 2023 be adopted as presented.
All right. Anyone see any errors? Okay, I'll call for please.
Anything.
Okay. All right, I'm assuming that's fast. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the very first topic, which should be a conversation. 5.1 is council remuneration review committee report. So Valerie is with us.
Yeah.
I'm just
Carrie,
gonna say a
we can
few
offer
words
some
first.
Introductory remarks.
Artist.
I'm gonna do introductory remarks.
You are.
Yes. And that's.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Well, thank you, committee members. I just kind of wanted to put a bit of context here is that we have 5 individuals from the community who got together. They were appointed through the CAO and this is kind of a unique council committee because they do work arm's length from council. So council really doesn't have influence over the committee as they're making their recommendations and bringing this forward. This committee has worked extremely hard over the past 6 months. And, I know we always say we want committees to work. They had to do a lot of heavy lifting. And they really took this role very seriously. They researched, they interviewed, they debated, they swallowed their pride at times. They worked well together and they came with a series of recommendations that were based on the bylaw and council policy on this. And I'm very proud of the work that they did. And I'd like to have each committee member introduce themselves. We have 3 in person and 2 online. Val will be doing the main presentation, but we have all 5 members here to answer questions. And so I'm really happy to let Val take over the gallery.
Okay, so my name is Val Gansky. I was the chair of this committee. And I was very pleased to have very engaged members on my committee. And I will pass it on to my vice chair to introduce himself.
I'm Joshua Waffler Thomas. Thank you.
Ray Watkins.
Good morning, I'm Dawn Vandeveer. It's nice to be here.
Morning, Janice Miller, member.
Okay, so the report highlights, this is what we're focusing on today. We have our acknowledgements, introductions. I want to also acknowledge that we were supported by Carrie, John O'Connell, and David Littler. We're going to be going through scope and guiding principles, approach and methods, objectives and our rationale, and finally our recommendations. And next slide. So in 2021, City Council passed a bylaw 43/2021 to establish a council remuneration committee to review. This is what we were tasked with. salary for mayor and councillors, including methodology, comparators, and frequency, whether councillors should continue to be classified part-time, or if the role has evolved to full-time, and if so, does this have an impact on the compensation? Per diems, the amount and application, benefits, parental leave, and any other matters that the committee decided may affect remuneration. In the bylaws, it was stated that our research comparable municipalities in Alberta must at least include Airdrie, Strathcona County, Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, Wood Buffalo, and then we also looked at a number of other communities. We did in-depth interviews with two past councillors and all 6 councillors and the mayor. We also had community engagement. We sent out a survey, or we had a survey available on Cultivate the Conversation that asked 7 questions. And although we only had 234 residents complete the survey, that's almost double what they had 4 years ago. So that's a little bit of a success. But I'd also like to have the caveat that this information was gathered primarily between October and December 2022. So it's a point in time. So some things may have changed. The objectives and rationale. So I'll just go through the objectives quickly and then talk a little bit about how we got to where we are in our recommendations. Objective 1 was to look at the base remuneration for the mayor, deputy mayor, committee chairs, and the councillors. Objective 2, methodology to be used to establish future adjustments to remuneration, including comparators and frequency. Objective 3, what employment benefits should apply to which positions listed in clause 17A of the bylaws and at what level. Objective 4, at what point councillors should be considered full-time and what remuneration level should apply to a full-time councillor. We also looked at parental leave that was added to us. Objective 5, appropriate per diem levels, amount and purpose, and when councillors should be eligible. And objective 6, again, that was other matters that we thought might impact remuneration. So you all had the, the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council the following. So this is what we were tasked with. The recommendations from the Council Remuneration Review Committee submitted on March 27th concerning the following be implemented immediately. Following, I missed my my rationale. Back up. So after that, I'm just going to go quickly through, you'll have the whole report. And there's a lot of detail in there, but I want to just point out some of the reasons that we got to where we got to before I go right to the recommendations. So when we looked at the mayor's compensation or remuneration, the recommendations are based on the research on the main comparators that were listed already. The lowest salary in this group was Red Deer at $103,588. The highest salary in this group was Wood Buffalo at $165,790. Brings us to an average of $130,077. The City of St. Albert mayor as of April 1st, 2023 is $149,675. We also did interviews with the mayor and councillors and who all agreed that the mayor's current salary is deemed satisfactory. For the deputy mayor and committee chairs, our recommendations are based on our interviews with the mayor and councillors. In both cases, 6 of the 9 interviewees agreed there should be no additional compensation for those roles. For city councillors, our recommendations are based on interviews with current and previous councillors. We determined that councillors spend an average of 30 or more hours per week engaged in council-related work. And this matches the definition for the Government of Alberta ALIS website, which states, when you work for more than 30 hours a week for a single employer and you are that employer on that employer's payroll, you have a full-time job. Reviewing the main comparators for the municipalities, the lowest salary in this group was $44,000 for Medicine Hat. The highest was Sherwood Park or Strathcona County at $86,751. The average was $58,735. Again, this was the point in time of the research that we did. Also of note, our neighbor Sturgeon County pays its councillors $78,872 annually. The City of St. Albert councillors as of April 1st, 2023 is $58,586. We looked at potential changes in this. So it's kind of looked at this as a package to what other benefits will change, and I will speak to that later. We looked at the nature of the work and the likelihood of obtaining other employment to subsidize earnings. We considered that there's a lot of fluctuating hours and demands. So like at budget time, there is more time required. We also looked at the availability that is necessary for phone calls and talking to citizens, evenings and weekends. We also thought that salary should not be a deterrent for someone considering running for council, whether it's a single parent to someone who could be leaving a permanent full-time job with a possibly higher salary than what's offered. And also the knowledge that after the next election, they may not have a job and may have to start all over again. And according to the Alberta Living Wage Network, St. Albert is tied with Calgary for third position in the living wage required to live comfortably in a community. We are only behind Canmore and Fort McMurray. The rationale for objective 2, methodology for future adjustments to remuneration, including comparators and frequency. We considered what was done in the past in St. Albert and the desire to maintain consistency. We looked at what was done in other communities and also with the interviews with councillors who expressed appreciation overall for having a committee in the community who makes these recommendations. The rationale for objective 3, employment benefits for the positions we looked at, cost of living adjustment. So we looked at the difference between the City of St. Albert staff salary increase in 2023 at 2.5% and the mayor and the councillors at 5.5%. And also it is estimated that COLA increases based on the Edmonton CPI would only slightly decrease in the next 2 years. Funds available to mayor and councillors for training and development and travel and other expenses. The committee recognizes that the mayor and councillors are asked to attend a lot of events in the community, and some of these have costs associated with attending, and we felt that they should not be out of pocket for any of these expenses. Monthly subsidies for cell phone and internet. The main municipalities or comparators we looked at, only 2 provided subsidies for cell phones and internet technology. We understand that if a councillor does not have a cell phone or does not wish to use their personal cell, that the City of St. Albert can provide a cell phone to that individual. We felt that the internet is now ubiquitous everywhere and is likely councillors will have internet in their homes. However, any member of council can also use internet services available at the City of St. Albert. Rationale for objective 4, designation of part or full-time for councillors. We spent a lot of time on this one. So the committee believes, based on the interviews with current and past councillors, that the average hours undertaken by councillors is greater than 30 hours per week. And as already mentioned on the Choose the Way You Work website, 30 hours or more with a single employer is designated as a full-time job. Councillors that we interviewed indicated that they were unprepared often for the actual workload when they came to the position as to what they thought it would be when it was designated as part-time. Sherwood Park, Strathcona County, considers their councillors to be full-time with a pay of $86,751 per year. And as I mentioned, our neighbor, Sturgeon County, recognizes the amount of work that is being done, and they pay their councillors at $78,872. Rationale for objective 4, parental leave. 3 municipalities in the comparator group offer some type of parental leave, sorry. Those that do not have specific parental leave have options for unpaid or paid leave that could be accessed. Spruce Grove provides up to 26 weeks leave with the first 10 weeks at full pay. Strathcona County offers up to 26 weeks leave. Based on the interviews with councillors, there was not a unanimous support for some type of parental leave. Rationale for objective 5, per diem levels. Council members indicated that the current policy per diems is appropriate. Rationale, objective 6, other recommendations. The committee looked at when the recommendation should take effect. Most municipalities make their salary adjustments applicable for the next election, except for their regular cost of living adjustments. And this appears to be the same whether the changes or recommendations to salary changes for councillors are done by a community group like ours, or if it's done internally by a city manager or someone else. In council interviews, 2 people indicated that they felt the salary change should be effective immediately, while the other council members did not indicate a preference. The only exception is the policy for COLA. As previously mentioned, we looked at the difference between the City of St. Albert staff salary increase 2.5% as compared to the mayor and councillors at 5.5%. Therefore, we looked at this change being perhaps implemented at an earlier date. Now, let's go to the recommendations. On behalf of the committee, our recommendations are that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council the following. Need my glasses, sorry. Number one, that the Council Remuneration Review Committee report submitted on March 27, 2023 be accepted as information. That the recommendations from the Council Remuneration Review Committee report submitted on March 27, 2023 concerning the following be implemented immediately following the general municipal election in 2025. A, that the mayor's annual salary should remain unchanged. B, the annual salary for councillors should be changed to 70,000. C, the role of councillor should be deemed full-time. D, the mayor and councillor should be eligible for a 16-week parental leave paid at their normal remuneration rate. E, no remuneration for deputy mayor duties. F, committee chair should not receive any additional remuneration. G, no changes be made for mayor and councillor training and development and travel and other budgeted expenses and the per diem policy for the mayor and councillors. H, mayor and councillors should not receive monthly subsidy for cell phones and technology. That the Standing Committee of the Whole recommends to Council the following. That the recommendations from the Council Remuneration Review Committee report submitted on March 27, 2023 concerning the following be implemented effective April 2024. That the annual cost of living adjustment for the mayor and councillor should be aligned to the annual non-union city employee increase. The alternatives for consideration are: 1, Council Remuneration Committee re-examine the report. 2, accept only some of the committee's recommendations. 3, aspects of the whole report be implemented effective. And 4, maintain the status quo. And I'm assuming there's some question.
There's going to be lots. HR on.
I don't.
I don't know if we need anybody, but we might, as just in case. All right, I'm going to open it up for questions. Natalie, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So this question for the committee for salaries, I'm just wondering if for comparators, it was just the base salary that was used as a comparison or the base salary plus per diems? Because I think everyone gets per diems except us.
Almost everyone does, yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to answer that on the committee? So we looked at the base salaries. We talked to the in some cases, we talked to people from the municipality. In some cases, it was the information that was available online.
Okay, so per diems weren't taken into consideration at all? Okay. And was there any discussion about, what is considered kind of a required meeting or event or that kind of thing?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
We did ask in our interviews with the counselors what they felt was the required things, as how much time you spent on like preparing for meetings, preparing for certain things like the informational sessions that you have versus community events and attending such other.
Okay. Thank you.
Natalie, it's an interesting question because over the weekend, I have this access to 24 mid-sized mayors. So I emailed them all with a bunch of questions, and Grand Prairie's policy, I went and took a good look at it, actually defines what's a mandatory event and what's an optional event. And it's obviously committee, council meetings, budget meetings, those kind of things. But, Alberta municipalities was FCM, EOEP, like these are mandatory in Grand Prairie. And they get per diems.
They get pretty, yeah.
On top of their $58,000 a year. So
yeah,
it was really, that was the one I could find. And I think that's maybe something we want to explore for a future conversation.
Yeah, that's tricky. Like
it totally is. It depends.
Because in St. Albert, it's really, it's just the MGA in St. Albert, as far as I know.
Yes.
Yeah. So next question, was there any discussion about a reduction in wages for non-attendance at meetings?
Grand Prairie has that very explicitly.
Yeah, no, we did not have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Grand Prairie's policy said if the city bought you a ticket and you didn't attend, you have to reimburse the city, which was interesting.
Yeah, well, and like, a lot of the municipalities, like if you don't come to a council meeting, for example, for whatever reason, you just get dinged your, I don't know, whatever your per diem is basically, or thereabouts. kind of takes off your base salary. So that's just interesting. My last question for the committee is whether there was any discussions about supports for council kind of as they move to full-time. So, you know, Dawn, you know that, you know, back when I started, there were actually more admin people supporting council than there are now. So with council kind of expected to move to a full-time status, was there any discussion about like providing offices or providing admin support, that kind of thing? I know different councils have like just a budget to hire someone or different things like that.
Here, do you want to take
Thank
that?
you. I was going to say thank you, Councillor Jolly. We did have that conversation, but in the end, what we did determine is that that would be a conversation with administration. That would be up to your senior leadership to figure out where they would accommodate and where they could provide additional support. That didn't really fall under our purview.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, my other two questions, I guess, would be for administration. Do you want me to do those now or later?
Oh, no, admin's here. Go ahead.
Admin here. Okay. So for admin, the cell phone, is it less expensive to provide a city phone or to provide the like, I don't know, however many dollars a month for using a personal phone? Which one's lower cost?
It's Councillor Jolly, it'd be a wash.
Okay, thank you.
Wash.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if you guys.
A brand new phone and cover a full plan. We're only getting part of our plan.
Yeah, but you'd probably come, like when we get our phones are probably in bulk. And, you know, in terms of the, what you get for your monthly, plan from the city, it probably would be very similar in terms of dollars.
Okay. My last question to admin, and this might be an IR, what would be the cost to provide counselors with offices and I would say like a 0.5 admin person per member of council or something like that?
If we looked at office space right now, we're going through basically a more of a holistic view of all of our office space within the city and looking at deeming, you know, in terms of hoteling versus being in the office, shared offices, et cetera, across the board. And so we're still doing that work right now. So in terms of providing office space, council would have to direct us and say, we want office space. And put that through the budget process, and that would be, we'd look at providing that option or opportunity for you. In terms of a part-time admin person, you'd be looking at, you know, probably in the neighborhood of part-time work plus benefits and stuff that $60,000 to $70,000 range for that individual. So, you know, we would probably like to complete that work that we're doing right now in our review. But if council deems that important, that definitely can be a debate that we can have.
You think Councillor Watkins?
Not anymore.
Right?
Citizen Watkins. I did raise the concern about not having an office.
Okay.
And I thought as a full-time position, it should have an office. You should have an office. And we had a shared office at one point, and I thought that failed miserably. Like it didn't work. Nobody wanted to go to the shared office. So I said that I think if as a full-time job, you should have an office at City Hall to go to. You know, I was forced to go to Mercado or just to go to restaurants to have all these meetings with people. And sometimes it's not that professional having a meeting in a restaurant. It'd be nice if you had a place. And like, I know, Madam Mayor, you have an office and we can come downtown sometimes and go in that boardroom that was there. But it's like you're having a meeting in a boardroom. It's not like you're having a meeting in an office. It's not really comfortable for a person. So those are just my comments on it. As far as the administrative support, I really wasn't as concerned about the administrative support as I was about a counselor being able to say that I had an office and a place where somebody could come and hold a meeting and you could store some stuff and keep some stuff there. When we had the shared office, we were all using one desk, 7 people, and nobody wanted to keep anything or like, I mean, how could you have any security of your stuff? That's my comment.
But the committee didn't come forward with a recommendation. We left it to.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Mike, you're up next.
Yeah, good to see everybody again and wish Dawn was in person, but good to see you again. So my question is around the definition of full-time. And I would definitely say, when I ran and was successful, I was amazed at how much workload it is. So bang on the workload and expected hours. Totally agree with that. But in terms of defining it as full-time and making that your primary job versus your ability to have say work at home, another job that you could balance both. And I want to ensure, what was the discussion around saying this is full-time versus, I don't know, primary or principal, but still leave some room that you could still, have another career potentially outside, even if it was part-time career outside of doing council work.
So we spent a lot of time on this one, and we actually arrived at the definition of full-time based on the website recommendation that is 30+ hours in recognition of the amount of time that's put forward. We talked a lot about whether or not we should say primary, and we talked about whether it's full-time or primary, but full-time. We didn't feel that it was that we could say that you could only have this job, and each person has ability to manage different things in their lives, and it depends on what that activity or job is. So we didn't go any further into that. Just to recognize that whoever is coming to take this job in the future realizes that it is significant. It's going to be over 30 hours a week. Anyone else from the committee? Sorry.
Thank you. If I may, Councillor Killick, really listening to people that were interviewed that had previous employment, and honestly, an inability to continue in their other role outside of a councillor was a big factor for me in going from using the word part-time or primary to going to full-time. That a number of people actually left their positions, or in one councillor's case, they used all of their holiday time to be able to complete their commitment as a councillor. So those really impacted my decision to support the word full-time, because if you were trying to find part-time employment to subsidize your income, I'm going to use the word erratic schedule sometimes you all have can really be impactful on whether or not you can complete your duties, or whether or not you have to cancel your part-time job. So it really became important that we let people know that this needs to be their primary job, and that with 30+ hours, it does become full-time.
Was there any expectation with that? And that it says, because I think work-life balance is something that everybody struggles with. And some are better at it than others. But recognizing there is demands on the evenings and weekends, and 3 committees that I'm on are in the evenings. But I also like the flexibility to say, okay, but I don't have to do anything, Thursday morning. So I have that time to myself. Would that be limited, or part of what you could see would still fall under the definition of a full-time job?
We recognize that it's very fluid, and that your time would be based on the requirements of what you have to do on a daily basis, and that you would fill in those other 30 to 40 hours will fall wherever they fall. And we had no further recommendations on work-life balance.
Yeah.
And if I may also, again, Councillor Killick, in how many times when you blocked off Thursday morning and said you weren't available, did you get an email that said, we really need to have a meeting and this is the only day people can come? So you would adjust your schedule to accommodate that meeting. So really and truly, just having worked with your calendars, we're saying we really need you this day, and you're making yourself available. It's not often somebody said no because I have it blocked off for personal.
February 14th in Mexico comes to mind.
I'm getting good at that. Like, I'm quite good at saying no if I'm blocked off. So I'll throw that out there.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. I'll probably have other questions to come back to, but yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Go ahead.
First of all, thanks guys for doing this. I read the report, and especially your presentation. The methodology behind what you board recommendations was very well thought through. So this was obviously heavily debated, because this is not just put lightly. So just thank you for all of that. So one of the questions I know we've been talking about the cell phone, The municipalities that did provide cell phone, did they also have an office, or how many of them reimbursed cell phones but also had offices this time?
I think the only municipality that I know, other than Edmonton and Calgary, that provides counselors with offices is Buffalo. The rest of them don't.
Okay, so the ones that, so I guess the overlap, the two that did reimburse for cell phones also did not have offices, is what we're saying, and some.
Yeah, we didn't look specifically as to whether or not people had offices.
We didn't correlate the two.
Okay. I'm going to ask, this is gonna, with the internet, and this isn't to you guys at this point. The staff that work from home, are they reimbursed for the internet or no?
They are not.
They're not. Okay, just wanted to have a standard there. The timing of this coming forward for the date effective. So when the report came forward last week, it was a different date than what's being recommended today. So I'm just, yeah, my understanding.
That was a placeholder. That wasn't.
I'm just wondering from the committee's perspective, is the dates that are coming forward in this recommendation, the dates you guys recommended, or are these?
Personally, I was against recommending a date, but the committee voted and picked a date. So if somebody else left to answer that question, I thought it was just.
Come into effect after the next municipal election, except for the one about how we adjust price
Yes.
with the non-union staff.
Yes, and the original motion effective immediately, but the COLA increase for counselors came in on April 1st. And this report is being heard after, so we could not impact that until the next year. So that's when that change came into play.
But I think Sheena's question is to the committee. You suggest after the election.
Yes, we did a lot of, we looked at a lot of different municipalities, and the ones I all looked at all had it for after the next election, and that was regardless of their methodology. Like some had committees like us, some had somebody on the staff that does the adjustments, like looks at comparators. And the one that I found where the city council did make a change midway was not received well.
At Wood Buffalo. I don't recall a huge raise right after the fire.
Yeah, unfortunately, in Wood Buffalo situation, they have not had any recommendations on council remuneration since 2019. And so it's probably when it gets reviewed, it's going to be significant.
So my question is, the recommendation of 70,000, if it's not going to be taking effect for 2.5 years, right, Wes, for 2.5 years, was the inflationary factor taken into consideration, or is it like 70,000 in today's dollars? Because I guess I'm gonna look at you, Don, because I just know you. Is the recommendation that today's counselors should be paid $70,000? Or is it that future counselors should be paid $70,000, recognizing inflation and all of it that comes forward?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, and good morning to you. I'm in Regina, just in case anybody wants to watch the Canadian Ringette Championships. So the recommendation for $70,000 for November 1st, 2025 is dollars on November 1st, regardless of inflation. When we looked at what we were doing and we took the 5.5% COLA and went, this year it goes to 58. If you were to follow the pattern, you end up at 63 in 2024, right? So going to 70,000 made sense for November 1st, 2025 as kind of an increase where it would be, and then using the same as the staff, following that same parameter for increases, just to align with that. In this day and age, not many people are seeing a 5.5% increase in salary, and we just thought it was really important to align with that. So that's it was $70,000 regardless of what inflation may be between now and then.
Okay.
The simple answer.
So then in today's dollars, like for today, then the 58,000 that's currently at would be the appropriate number.
Yeah.
Okay. The other question I had, and I'm going to ask this to Ray, and I miss you, Ray, actually.
You do, actually? I miss all you guys. I really do.
So you may think
I don't miss the politics, but I miss the people.
I miss you politically. So the question I had is that because the intention here is that the 70,000 is to attract a broader base of people who potentially could do this on a full-time basis without supplementing
ideally, because it's difficult to balance and get another job that will work as fluid with like, yeah, my job is fully variable, I'll let you know when I'm available. And I know that when you were working, the 50,000 that we were making was difficult.
Oh, yes.
Would you at 70,000 say I would reapply based on that, knowing that that would be my sole source of income?
Me personally, no. I wouldn't. I think it does encourage other people to apply, making it, I think the most important thing that I wanted to do was to say it was a full-time job and not let people come into this thinking it's a part-time occupation, right? And so I think if you're coming into it knowing it's a full-time job or and you're getting 70 grand, I'm fine with that. Would I do it? Again, no, I wouldn't personally. But I think the key thing is telling people that it's full-time. And then they can make a decision. $70,000 is a livable wage, but it wouldn't be a livable wage for me in Regency. Truth. So unfortunately, that's where I live. So.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that's it. Wes, go ahead.
First off, thanks for doing a very difficult job and often a thankless job, but one that I think the community needs. Wrestled with the whole idea of whether or not this job would be part-time or full-time. And I've had my experience on both sides of it, trying to have a full-time job and do this and have a part-time job and do this. And it's difficult no matter what you're trying to do and marry this with another place of employment. The reality of it is that if you enter into this particular job, you have to consider this as your job, and everything else that you do is subservient to this one. Otherwise, you're not serving the people of St. Albert. And so I really appreciate your wrestling with that particular task. And the fact that you found a definition around 30 hours is brilliant. So thanks for that. My question is really around, so I heard you say, Mr. Fletcher, that the report date was a placeholder. And the report date on yours, there's years different. So in your recommendation on your slide, you said April 2024. In our package, it says April 2025, which is a year later. Can you just explain what your recommendation? Does this come into effect next year on April?
Are you talking just the adjustment?
I am just the package. Everything.
It's recommendations for next year.
No, that's what I read on the,
The recommendation that we put forward was that everything is for after the next election, except for the cost of living adjustment, which would occur before the next adjustment is made.
Okay, so to me, it's I understand the problem with council getting one particular rate of pay increase when the rest of the community of St. Albert workers gets a different one. That's problematic no matter which way you look at it. But to me, if you're making a recommendation around implementing your findings, then it's an all or nothing game. To me, you can't cherry pick. Well, this is a problem. Let's not do this now. And we'll leave the remuneration problem that exists today. Well, we'll put that on. I recognize it's a difficult midterm decision to make. But I'm just wondering, to me, you're making a recommendation that your body of work needs to be accepted by council and implemented on a specific date. So either this is a report, need to implement it this time, or
Part of our recommendation is that you can accept the whole thing, or you can accept.
I appreciate
there. So it's.
No, I appreciate that.
But I think honestly, Wes, to me, it makes total sense what you have recommended. Because everything is after the election except for one piece, one small piece. And actually, if we were to accept it, it's to our detriment, right?
But to me, I don't want to get into debate, but the problem of remuneration exists today. Right? It exists today. It doesn't mean the fact that we're fixing it 2.5 years down to 2 That's a different sort of question. To me, this is a political answer to a midterm political issue. You got an answer to your question, but you're scared to implement a midterm.
If I may, sorry,
Go ahead.
Councillor Broadhead, I hear what you're saying, but two different things. As Val mentioned, we give you recommendations. You can choose to accept them or not on what we're doing. We really felt it was important because we listened to the temperature in the community. Your 5.5% increase came out while we were doing all of the debate and the conversations. And we all agreed that it should be more reflective of what not just the City of St. Albert staff are making, but what about the people that live in our community, that live, when's the last time some of them received a 5.5% increase? So to us, that addressed some of the concerns that we were hearing from the community everywhere that we were reading. The implementation of salary increases going to November 1st, 2025 was so that you weren't voting on your own salary increase at this time. We didn't want that. Actually, quite honestly, it was me. I was the one that really pushed that one forward, that really made strong arguments for it, that I really believed you shouldn't be voting on your own salary increase at this time. But again, you guys take what you want from this, and we can make different recommendations on different timelines. Ultimately, it's your decisions to make.
Citizen Watkins.
We thank you. Thank you, Mayor Aaron. Citizen Watkins here. We had a lot of debate about this. We did. We had a lot of debate about this, and there were a lot of entrenched positions both ways. My position was just say a number and let you as the politicians decide whether you want to give it midterm or you want to give it end term or whatever the hell you wanted to give it. But just say this is how much it should get paid today, and this is what it's worth. And then we had a bunch of debate on it, and we had a vote, and I lost the vote. So with the recommendations. So, I mean, there was a lot of debate on this, and like I said, that was I was kind of on Councillor Broadhead's thing. I was thinking, leave it to you politicians, and if you guys want to give yourself a raise midterm and take a shot on it from the public, go right ahead. If you don't, leave it off.
That is ever the way of committee structure.
What's that?
That's ever the way of committee structure. You vote and then you win. No, I appreciate and I understand the recommendation.
These recommendations, I'm just saying.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Trust me, I understand the recommendation and you're right. It's up to us to determine. It's a wonderful report. You guys did a good job. Don't hear this commentary saying to you that I don't believe that you did that, because I really did a good job. We'll wrestle with this and then go from there.
Councillor Bermansky, then Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank the committee for all your hard work. It was definitely not an easy task at hand. Just so many strange things within this job. So the one comment I was trying to understand is like full-time designation, because I mean, I don't think there's any full-time job where you have a meeting at 2 in the, like in the morning, then another one at noon, and then an evening event. Like, it's like we're working 3 part-time jobs is how I see it, a lot of days. So was there any possibility of having, like it listed as not like full-time, but, minimum 30 hours or minimum some hour amount listed rather than designating full-time? Because like Councillor Killick mentioned, there'll be that day where maybe there isn't something scheduled in the morning, and I don't want to be feeling guilty when I worked, 12 hours a day prior that I'm not there that next morning kind of thing. So that's the complexity of full-time designation.
On the website that we were referencing, when it described the 30 hours, it also had a lot of other information, and it really explains that working full-time is different for different people. So working night shift, day shift for nurses, 40 hours a week. It could be people who are working, like, it's more about the flexibility of today's workforce, and that can be working at various times, 3 days a week, 4 days a week, morning, noon, night. It was all about flexibility, and but the definition was around the 30. However it came about.
Okay, and then the other question is with the cost of living increase or, related to inflation or whatever. is there not years prior that city council in the method that it's done now got no increase at the same time the city employees got 2.5 just because that was planned for the city, but in the other method didn't dictate that number that particular year?
I would suggest that was not information that we used. I see Carrie's got his hand up to talk about that.
Okay.
I think in those years where it was below, sometimes staff have got 1.5%, 2%, 1%, some years 0. In those years that the COLA did fall at kind of a negative number or 0 or 1 or whatever, council was aligned to staff in those years. So we did actually align you guys to those.
Is that what policy said?
No, we did basically, I think that's basically the way that we had worked it. So in those years that we did give that. So you were never kind of below what the staff were, unless you chose. In certain years when the policy brought forward, you guys chose to take a lower number. And but the last number of years it has been aligned somewhat, unless these past couple of years it has been. So.
Okay, and then would we be voting on, like we traditionally vote on the cost of living increase for city employees? So in the new method suggested, would we not be voting on our own increase?
I would say essentially, Mr. Fletcher puts budget, a number in the budget that would reflect an increase. We don't really debate that. We don't change. I've never seen us change it or disagree with your previous CAO's decision. So I thought the same thing, Councillor Urbanski.
Okay.
The CPI is really out of our hands. Union staff is somewhat in our hands through budget, but it's kind of, I would say, so far removed from our conversation that there is some separation and there's a separation in the perception of influence, I would say.
I think administratively, that's what we recommended. Working with carry on construct, and ultimately the determination for city staff would apply if you voted for this.
I mean, it would be really awkward if all of a sudden councillor said, well, give them 2.5 this year. I think 3.5 is good. That would be awkward.
Okay, and then I think it's my last question related to the telephone and internet. Like, I mean, it's only $125 per month per counselor for both. Like, that's total that we're receiving for that. And I can't see that providing a phone and office space would come anywhere near that. So, I mean, it seems like a small amount to me. And, you're saying that replacing a telephone by a city phone would be equal. Are you sure about that? I guess is my question.
I'll take that one if I may. Yeah, I know. Again, this was a dawn. This was a dawn thing. When I heard that, when we were talking about this, let's start with cell phones. The idea of reimbursing you for a cell phone, to me, almost became antiquated. 15 years ago, when this became an idea, or 12 years ago, when I was first in my role supporting council, some councillors didn't have a cell phone, so it was provided for them. Then people are elected, they're coming with their cell phone. They're choosing to use their personal cell phone. You're leaving and you're taking your cell phone with you. I didn't really understand why we would reimburse, and I still don't. And I think the committee supported me on this, is that you're going to take it and leave it. So why would we continue to reimburse you for the personal cell phone that you're using for your friends, your family, for your social media, whatever you're doing? So it became almost this question of why are we doing this? And it's aligned with other ones. As far as the internet, almost the same idea. In the last 12, 13 years, we've only had to support one council member who was elected, who didn't really have the proper technology at home to be able to work from home. In a day and age where during COVID, there was no staff members or even people that worked for, I'll just say TELUS, although it's a bad example, when they worked for them, they had to provide their own technology so they could stay employed. You're choosing, that's what they did. Staff for the city of St. Albert weren't reimbursed for their internet usage at home. So I'm challenged to see Why are we continuing to do this? Is it time to update that policy and take a look at just, it's what you bring to the job with you?
Mhm. Okay, my only question was, I didn't see the savings in the city providing a phone. I thought it would probably end up costing more, so. And it's not the full program either, it's just a small percentage of the phone, so but I understand your side, and I mean, I appreciate everything that this committee had to go through, so I'm just trying to find the best, most efficient way of doing what we do, and so on, so thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So in the spirit of committee and discussion, I just want to throw out there, I genuinely work part-time. I don't think I could have done it my first year of council. But I was elected based on this is part-time, and I make very conscious decisions to work part-time. I also just want to point out, there was a quote in the report that we were provided saying from a resident that says this conversation should not be about compensation for the role. It should be about the duties and responsibilities of the council members. Of course, they're not paid enough for what they must do, but they also do too much that really doesn't matter for the position. So I'm really struggling with voting to approve this without kind of definitions about what is expected and what is not expected. So, for example, is it expected that we all attend Children's Festival grand opening? Is it expected that we all attend, a meeting with a particular nonprofit that wants to talk to us? A lot of municipalities define those things. So Morinville, for example, they have really defined, it's like, yes, that those things are all expected of members of councils. And I mean, compensation is associated with that. And I think that's important, because if we're doing a lot of work that we shouldn't be doing, I don't know that St. Albert should be paying for that, if you will. So that's me throwing that out there for discussion. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
Councillor Jolly, I'm going to jump back in here. When we talked about defining what is a councillor, we kind of went back to the MGA where it says 10 council meetings. And we didn't really know if that was our job to write a job description. We did ask in the community survey, if you were to look back over the notes, where the community thought it was really important that council meetings, preparation for council meetings, engagement with the community, and engagement with the community in terms of responses to telephone calls, emails, in-person meetings, then committee meetings were the really important things to do. And I think to your question about should we have a really clear definition, I'm not sure if that's really appropriate, as long as we know that the work is being done that's 30 hours, because there are some council members who really have the opportunity to be able to attend community events and are able to do so. There's others that are working or have children that are less able to do that, but they meet the immediate needs of the community. And I know that you probably still are working 30 hours a week, just prepping for council meetings, prepping for committee. In your first term of office, I would think you probably work that much, just right? There's a difference there between being a third term councillor, a second term councillor, and a first term councillor. There's so much more work. One councillor interviewed said they thought that probably in the first term they spent 50 hours a week just learning, and then they became more efficient, but they still were putting in that amount of time. So we can certainly create a definition, but I'm not sure if we really should, because then it really boxes you into what you can and cannot do.
Yeah. I just think it's challenging in terms of that discussion about remuneration. I'll use Councillor Mackay as an example. He works probably 20 hours more a week than I do, by choice. And I think we have the privilege of, when we're invited to a last minute meeting, we have the privilege of being able to say, no, I'm sorry, I'm not available, that not all working people have. So it's tricky.
May I ask you a question? If you would have had the term full-time when you first ran, would that have changed how you did what you do now? And in 2025, if that word was associated with the role, how would that impact your running?
I think for myself personally, I wouldn't have a full-time job. Yeah, on top of working part-time for city council. So, yeah.
Great.
The job description thing, we weren't tasked with coming up with a job description. We were tasked with coming up with a salary. And the definition of the job description is in the MGA, what a counselor does. It's pretty narrow and it's in the MGA. And, my opinion was that, as a counselor, it may be important for one person to go to UDI. It may not be important for you to go to UDI. So how do you legislate it to say that the job description is every counselor has to go to every UDI meeting or every counselor has to go to every Avista meeting? I think it's a slippery slope. It'd be impossible to try to come up with a job description and have a list of meetings that every counselor should attend beside council and committee meetings. That's it. Besides that, it's pretty much discretionary how often you want to be out there in the community and how much time you want to put in the community. But I think what it is that it's the voters' right after one term to look at you and say, do they think you work 30 hours a week? And if they don't, they kick you the hell out of the office and they elect somebody else. So I don't think we can regulate everything and try to say, okay, you need to do 30 hours, 35 hours a week, and you have to do this and that and go to this committee and that committee and this committee. What we just wanted to, I wanted to come up with is say it's a full-time job. It takes the majority of your time. Try to do something else and do this is almost impossible, or you're going to be doing this job as a counselor poorly, and you're going to be doing your other job well. And that you have to come to a certain amount of money. But whether you can try to legislate like in other municipalities, I don't know how they would say that you have to go to this meeting, you have to go to that meeting, you have to go to this meeting. When the Municipal Government Act says the only meeting you have to go to is council, and the only way you can get kicked off is if you miss 6 consecutive meetings without an excuse. So I don't know how you can over trump that and say, well, you have to do this, you have to do this. And then that leaves you open to the fact if you put those kind of things in a job description, how do you regulate that? So if somebody doesn't go to a meeting, what are you going to do? Start docking them pay, and somebody's going to keep track of a list of, we're going to take $100 off of this person because they didn't go to this meeting or they didn't go to that committee. So I just think you have to just, we have to just come up with a logical number that's going to make people want to come and be a counselor.
The other thing that we took into account was availability to citizens by phone or on the street. You can't say, well, you will spend 6 hours a week talking to people on the phone because you don't know what your demands are going to be, and it's based on the issue of the day. So it's really hard to put that into the boxes.
And just on that, once again, we had a lot of discussion where we had a lot of disagreements, and you probably see I was the guy who disagreed with a lot of people. And I thought you should have got a phone thing because I had the job and I knew how much my phone was utilized. Okay. I had a second phone, which I did, and that was a nightmare from trying to hold on to 2 phones and which one's ringing and keeping them both charged. It was ridiculous. So I got rid of that city phone, but I had to conduct business. I did not have an office. I didn't have anywhere to go except Mercado and my phone. So I figured that I figured we should compensate for the phone in some way and also for your internet if you have it at home. And I know most people have an internet, so it's really not going to really cost us. I am fighting to get compensated for internet, and I didn't claim one internet bill over 4 years. I had it at home. I could have claimed it, but I didn't do it. But I think for somebody who may need that extra $60 a month or whatever to help them do this job, I think it's a small act and it's a small gift.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I've got a request for a quick bio break, but I see Shelley's got a question, and then I'll go to you, Mike. So why don't we take 5? Because we have been sitting here for an hour and a half. We are almost 10, sorry.
11:30, we'll get back in our chairs, a little bit more than 10. And then I'll go to you, Shelley, and then you, Mike.
So if the recording is stopped, is this where we get to say hello to everybody?
Sure.
Oh, is that Natalie? Hi, Natalie. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you. I was supposed to come to Regina tonight to watch my niece playing the Canadian Championships, and she was concussed. Mom and Dad couldn't come, I
Yeah.
was always the one coming to spend the rest of the week with her.
Yeah.
And we just decided that she had some back to play protocols. Somebody needed to be here to make sure that at 17 she listened to them. So it's Auntie. I'm here.
Yay,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. But so it's Regina. Woo.
So you're having
Um,
flashbacks to when your son was doing stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. My daughter. Yeah. She did
Your daughter,
gymnastics.
okay, sorry.
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's cool. And it's Regina. And we're right by the railway tracks. And audio is so
We're just-
live to
yeah,
the world.
so the Gazette is hearing about your vacation.
Well, there you go.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Or Joanne, rather. Somebody. I'm getting lots of messages.
Done. Well, there you go. Now everybody knows I'm in Regina watching my niece play.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm gonna go, but I like the update. I'll be back.
So Joshua, very happy to.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I don't know. Because yeah, it was over council yesterday. So they finally, it's like. Last 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so it's the 2026.
Oh, awesome. All right.
How you doing? Good.
It's the old sport chat. Or whatever it's called, source sports.
That's in our chairs. I'm going to go to you, Councilor Mansky, next.
Thank you again. I just have one question with regards to this committee being formed. It was my impression at the beginning of, well, when I was going through the election process, that this committee was supposed to have been done prior to this recent election. Was it postponed for some reason?
I would say a couple of years ago, we did it. We used to do it every term. And then we made a motion to do it every second term.
Yeah.
Right?
So it was postponed during COVID, during that time period. Yeah, the bylaw does speak to the committee being formed during the first year and report coming back prior to year 2 of the current term. And it is silent on the date of implementation of recommendations. So it's basically, the committee has to have a report to council within the first 2 years of your current term.
Oh, that was the other way. It was, we used to do it every second term. And then it was Councillor Osborne that said, let's do it every term. Okay.
Okay, so it was done last term or not?
Was not.
It was not because of COVID.
Oh, okay. And that was the first time that it went to the second year versus every year? Or just COVID dictated that?
Every term.
Every term.
Okay, okay.
It's like a year.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what was the other question here? Okay, so this is saying after the election in 2025. So we're essentially talking 2026. This would be the salary, correct?
November.
We're almost into the 2026.
Yes, almost to that. It would be come into effect at the beginning of November of 2025 after you're sworn in.
Okay. That's all then. Thank you.
Great. That's more.
Yeah, thank you. I would just say personally, I am so pleased to see 16 weeks parental leave. I am so glad we're finally with the 20th century. So really, to me personally, that has always made sense, and glad to see it included. My question is, how was the 16 weeks arrived at? And how does it benchmark to other communities that were our benchmark partners, or just so I can get an understanding of that?
So Councillor, it's a fine line. It's somewhat new in Alberta. There's only, I think, 3 municipalities that have a variation of a parental leave. One being Spruce Grove, which is 26 weeks, the first 10 weeks at full pay. And then beyond that, the remaining 16 is based on the portion of work completed. Strathcona County has 26 weeks, I believe, as well. That's equal to the maximum EI benefit. And then Sturgeon County has 16 weeks. The first week, it's 95%, and then the remaining, it's a portion, I believe. Sorry, the first week is the full amount, and then the remaining period is 95% of salary. So it's trying to find that fine line and a balance. We did look at other positions as well. That's not comparable, but we took it as information, of course. And the committee felt 16 was a good balance between some offers not paid and some offers paid. So we felt the 16 weeks was appropriate for the position.
Especially if you're expecting full-time.
Absolutely.
That was my question of tying it into the full-time view. And in the community survey, was there any comments regarding they had voted for a counselor and they expected them to be there for every vote. But they obviously wouldn't if they were on leave. So is there any comments about that from the community survey and a kind of supplemental to that? But how would the vote in council be managed if one councillor was absent? Would it always go to the mayor being tiebreaker, or would there be some other any thoughts about some other process around manage?
I think that would,
even number of.
I think that the tiebreaker vote would be a better question for Carrie, if I may. I'm not familiar with.
Back to the community comments piece, and then.
Don, you looked more closely at that. Did you have any comments specific to that from the survey?
Thanks so much. There actually wasn't a lot of comment in terms of, missing meetings in the vote. The comments were about attendance at council meetings, that was really important to people to have that representation at a council meeting, but nobody really said, how many people miss meetings or anything like that.
We also thought that it depended on the person's circumstances. They may choose that even when they are on mat leave, just to attend some meetings, and that would be a possible way to make sure that business goes on.
Okay.
Yes, it'd be the same, certainly it would be the same situation as if a council member missed a meeting today. It's basically, would have the 6 members voting, and the mayor would be considered the tiebreaker. And if it is tied, it'd be considered a loss. So I don't know, Marta wants to explain that a little bit in more depth.
Yeah, so if the councillor is present, they must vote. If they're not present, they can't vote. And if there is an equal number of votes on side, the resolution or bylaw failed, then that's an MGA stipulation. There's no changes to that.
Okay. Good, thank you.
All right, I have a couple questions about your conversations around the per diems for deputy mayor. I honestly feel that they should be some of them, but I used to think they should just get a bump like 5,000 a month. But then I've seen some deputy mayors work a lot harder than other deputy mayors, and with a busy mayor, they actually do get called on to do a bit more. So elaborate on the conversation around why the deputy mayor, who does take on an elevated role, is busier for that time, not being per diem-ized.
In the conversations that I was involved with in the interviews, it was not raised. It felt that it was rotational and that it wasn't necessarily that much work, that you still did lots of stuff. And so I didn't hear a lot of comments on the interviews I personally was sitting in on, but that was a requirement. But Don, you were in a more interviews than I was.
Generally speaking, Mayor Heron, that really wasn't a concern that was raised maybe by 2 persons that thought perhaps a percentage could be added in, but that it fell within the role of being a counselor to step into that. And with it being 2 months of, the year, or within the 4-year period, it's total of 8 months, it really was managed well and didn't need to be looked at as in terms of whether it's a per diem or a percentage increase. Everybody felt that it just fell in line with their duties as a counselor.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought it was since you only did it like once a year or twice a year, it was only for like a month, and maybe if it was in the summer there weren't any meetings, or there was only 1 meeting, or so we just kind of thought there really wasn't a lot of extra work that was involved in that. And then so we just thought of it.
Ken always gets the summer. And that's
when there's no meetings.
No, there's a lot of meetings.
And like everybody said, there really wasn't, nobody raised it as an issue besides yourself, Madam Mayor. Sorry.
I'm just fine. I did honestly. Okay, and my last question was, you were tasked with certain things, parental leave, part-time, full, that stuff. Did you talk about other types of benefits? Because when I was doing my research over the weekend, few municipalities give car allowance. I personally don't think the car allowance is necessary because we get mileage, but it is a perk. Like Strathcona gets $750 a month, and the rural ones get over 1,000.
Yes, we did discuss it.
Okay.
And we decided that in St. Albert, Primarily you're driving within the community, and we decided not to add that on. The other one that we found interesting, but we didn't include, was a transitional allowance.
That was the next one I was going to ask you.
More mainstream, as municipalities are starting to add on certain number of weeks after if you do not win the election to be able to transition to another job. But we didn't, that may be something that the next committee would be tasked at looking.
Okay. Yeah.
Once again, Madam Mayor, I kind of tanked that one too, because I said you could drive all around St. Albert for a month and probably not burn up a tank of gas if you're just in town. So
Oh, no.
I didn't really think it was a lot of mileage. And we thought that if you get paid mileage to go to down to a meeting downtown or something like that, that's far, you do get paid mileage for that. And we did look at Strathcona County that they gave like 500, but Strathcona County is like, 700 square kilometers of land and everything. So you're driving a far way to go on to meet a constituent or whatever. You could drive 30, 40 miles just to get to one part of Strathcona County. So we didn't think we were applicable to that. So
No, and there's some that never travel outside of.
Yeah.
Brantford, so they don't really need, so I totally agree. Just was asking about. And then the transitional, you think it's becoming a little bit more mainstream?
I was surprised at how often I saw it.
Yeah, okay. So, Carrie, I guess if we wanted to look at a transitional allowance as a topic of conversation for the next committee, do we need a motion? Do we?
Yeah, so what I'd probably recommend is that, I think the per diems is a big conversation all itself. And I think that would be something that we'd probably look for direction from council.
Oh, for the per diems for the deputy.
Like the whole per diems, from mileage to transitional allowance to, what you get for attending meetings or not and stuff like that. Cause some let's say, for example, in Medicine Hat, their salary might be 44,000 for a counselor, but they can charge on to meetings and.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Really salary. So so there's different ways of looking at it. And I think that during the complexity of looking at the per diems, it's almost a separate discussion. And that'd be almost administrative led with input from the community and from elected officials. So that's how I'd probably look at it, is that would be something that we'd ask for direction on.
Assuming when you were looking at comparables, you would look at their policy and it says in Schedule A, counselors make 58,000.
Yeah.
But you didn't look at the year-end report that then took the 58 plus all the per diems, right?
In some cases.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought, my opinion was that we didn't really want to make all these per diems and have somebody chasing per diems. Just wanted to pay somebody a living wage so you didn't have to worry about trying to chase a bunch of per diems, and all these per diems and all this stuff just makes more bureaucratic and red tape work for staff to deal with and try to keep track of, right? So my kind of goal was to just pay them a living wage and not have to worry about all these extra per diems and everything else. And
okay, no, I just would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in all your conversations, really.
I have to hand it to Val. She did a great job chairing the likes of myself and Don.
I've experienced chairing. Councilor Romansky.
Just one question to the parental or maternity leave. Do counselors qualify for EI? It's my understanding that they wouldn't. So the wage would be paid all by the city.
Correct.
That is correct, Councilor.
So that's pretty uncommon. I can't think of another job that doesn't qualify for EI. So
that is correct, Councillor Bermansky. And that's one of the reasons why the 16 weeks we thought was good. It gives you a chance to have that little person, whether you're bringing it into the home by a surrogate, or if you're delivering, you have a chance to get settled in. You can participate virtually if you need be. And because you don't qualify for EI, and we believe quite honestly that most people elected would continue in some capacity to fulfill their duties, that we wanted to ensure that that was recognized.
Okay.
And also didn't discourage people who wanted to choose to start a family or expand their family while they were serving.
Right. I think that could be a surprise to a lot of people that they would be qualifying for EI, because, that's kind of expected. So that has to be definitely portrayed to anyone running. That's for sure. So thank you.
Okay. Questions in the room? Oh, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I was just thinking about and I totally agree. Everybody's probably got a cell phone. Everybody's probably got internet at home. But it's really about the amount of data that we use. Like, I know I personally have in this month gone over my data plan. So the remuneration of that is pays to top up the amount of data that I would use. It's not about having a phone. It's about
Data.
the data that is consumed. Likewise on home internet and, with all the connected smart home devices, to effectively participate on Zoom calls with high definition cameras and you name it. I had to increase the speed of that internet from what I would normally have had at home, which is already embarrassingly high. So was there any discussion, not around actually the device, but around the bandwidth and data that is required additionally, and even holding a Zoom call on my phone can often drive up, data and minutes of use.
So when we talked about, we didn't go into the minutia of bandwidth and all of that type stuff. But what we honestly, I know you're going to be voting on this or deliberating on line item by line item. And it was sort of like that same thing of not having a per diem, a mileage or a per diem for this. When we came up with the 70,000, we were thinking of it as a package. And that 70,000 encompassed your costs for the cell phone and the internet as one kind of package. But I know that you can pick and choose as you go through.
And I would definitely support, I don't want to be carrying two phones around and worrying about charging them and which one's ringing and pairing them to my phone, in my car. I don't want that hassle either, but just so you would see that was covered within the 70,000. Okay.
All right, I didn't see your hand, Counselor. All right, go ahead.
I just figured you're getting back at me because I'm not in the room. You can put me on ignore. That's very, very kind.
You're frozen now.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Councillor Watkins. I share Councillor Hughes' comments, but not quite to the same level. I mean, it's clear from all of the discussions and questions. I really don't have any questions to the committee. Great answers, thoughtful discussions obviously went into the report and the recommendations. So congratulations to everyone. My question though would be to administration. Is there anything in there, in the recommendations rather, that would cause more work for administration than others? Or do you see that there's challenges with implementation? I know we touched on potentially physical office space, but is there anything else in there that you would believe would cause a great deal of work for administration?
I'll take the first stab at this and anyone else can jump in on helping me answer the question. Is the short answer is no. We actually had that debate amongst administration prior to coming to committee. As long as we have lead up time. So if you guys decide to implement salary ASAP, we'd look at like a July 1st to give us time to be able to do that through the payroll, get through VIP and HRS and all those things like that. If you guys decided to look at the COLA, it would come into effect April 1st of 2024. So there's things like that we just kind of ask that we have that lead up time for, opposed to making it tomorrow. And so that's really the only thing that would actually add into additional time, but none of the recommendations would cause us additional stress.
And I think perhaps the only piece I'd add is the potential follow-on implications, right? So if we did want to talk about office space, which is clearly important, we are bursting at the seams. So that is a deliberate action in order to make that happen. It can happen. It just will take some time to do the estimate and move people around.
All right, thank you.
Ray, do you want to add to that?
Just a comment, it would be like, if you did have an office space, then you wouldn't need to pay for a phone and internet, because you'd have it at the office. You'd have a phone on your desk, you'd have internet there, so. Then that'd be optional, I think, at home to have have the city pay for your internet and your phone. If I had an office, because I'd have an office, I'd have a phone there. I'd have a phone number somebody could call into, and I'd have access to internet there.
A landline? You would have a landline?
I don't have one anymore, but.
Okay, Councilor McCoy?
Yeah, no, that's fine, thank you.
Okay,
So I'm only going
okay, so. Yeah, Councillor Hughes is willing to put forward the motion, but just making sure I got all our questions answered. I think we have, so go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
So just so council understands, when I looked at the motion and when I saw that there's a lot of things that say unchanged, I thought there's no sense in saying leave it unchanged as far as the motion. I understand for clarity for the committee, saying unchanged makes sense, but as far as what we're going to do is really about changes. So so what I'm going to bring forward is B, C, and D under 2, and I'm also going to bring 3A, but bring it in under 2 as well.
You can hold up these.
BC, the annual salary for counselors, the role of the counselor, 60-week parental leave, we'll bring in. And then also the 3A about the aligning with non-union employee increase. And I'm also going to be changing the start date. We have to rip off this Band-Aid sometime to July 1st, 2023.
For recommendation 1 or 3?
For number 2. So everything's going to go to 2, we're not going to have a 3. Just so.
Well, there's a 1.
There's a 1 and there's going to be a 2, and there'll be a 2, B, C, D, and then 3A will be E. So just so you have an idea when it comes up on the screen, it'll come up, it'll be clear. It's there now. There we go. So I'm going to read it, that this Council Remuneration Committee report submitted March 27th, 2023, be accepted as information. I don't know if you want to vote on that separately and then vote the rest.
No, it's simple.
We'll put it all 3. That the
They can split it if they want.
Yep, that the recommendations from the Council Remuneration Review report submitted on March 27th, 2023, concerning the following be implemented be implemented July 1st, 2023. And period.
20,023. That's a long time off.
So number 2A, so the COLA has already happened for 2023. To aligning it to the non-annual employee increase.
But we don't change COLA until April. So even if it goes into effect July, it would just be taking effect for April, right? Like it's not like we get a pay increase in July typically.
I would say that that's how that makes it.
That's what it makes sense to you.
Yeah, totally does. Yeah.
Okay, well then we'll pick 3 and leave it separate. It's all good. So that, can we move 3? I'm just looking to you guys. We'll move the 2A to number 3A and keep it to the date of April 2024. So, and we'll have, so effective July 1st, 2023, the annual salary for counselors should be changed to 70,000. The role of counselor should be deemed full-time. Mayor and counselors should be eligible for 16-week parental leave paid at their normal remuneration rate. And then number 3, that's the recommendations, the Council Remuneration Committee report submitted March 27, 2023, concerning the following be implemented effective April 2024. The annual cost of living adjustment for mayor and councillors should be aligned with the annual non-union city employee increase.
And so may I ask also about the monthly subsidy? That would be a change, the H. So was that intentionally left out or was that just
monthly
cell phone and 2H?
Yeah, I potentially left it.
Just wanted to make that in.
If you want to throw it in, go ahead. So that's what I have is its entirety.
Okay.
Natalie has a question.
Okay, so let me just make sure. So Councillor Jolly, is that for debate? Is that for an amendment? Is that for?
I'm just asking if we can split these up, if we can have 1, 2, and 3 separate, and if we could actually have 2C as separate as well, that would be great.
Okay, so we're going to do 1 first, then we're going to do 2A and B, then we're going to do 2C, and then we're going to do 3A.
Do you want me to start on 1? I just want to thank again the committee for what they've brought forward. I think the majority of what you're recommending, we're bringing forward as well, just the timing and the amount of work and thought that you have put into this, and being able, when we have the discussion, to be able to really justify what you were thinking at the time of, whether we agree with it or not. It was appreciated that you actually, the level of thought was definitely put into this. I really do appreciate all your time you put into this. Thank you.
All right, we'll call for the vote on one. All those in favor?
Yeah, that was things online and offline.
Okay, recommendations to A and B.
Okay, so this is just about, I took out everything that was not going to be changed, like I said, because there's no point in saying keep it the same. And just so we have clarity what we are changing and the date. And I realized that the recommendation was to say to wait to the next municipal election. The challenge with this is that this review should have been done if it wasn't for COVID before this past election. So we've already delayed this by a good year and a half anyway. And if the recommendation is to say that this is the salary it should be, then we just have to rip off the Band-Aid and say this is the salary it's going to be. And the public agrees or disagrees. I respect that, but that's just, this is the salary that the committee has recommended. I'm going to respect what they said and just recognize that. Regarding the full-time, I know Natalie, you have, and I share your hesitancies about is suddenly are we going to be expected to have additional roles as response to this because we're deemed full-time. And through the discussion, and I think from my understanding at least, I think that the committee, and I would agree, would say that much of our current roles as we're doing them today would be considered full-time. And we don't need to add to the role to have those hours included. And I know that in some cases, as we get longer into the role, we're able to do it a bit more efficiently because we are more familiar with the subjects, the topics, and the procedures. But that certainly when people come onto this role at the beginning, they need to understand that especially their first term, especially the first 2 years of their term, their workload is going to be substantially more than what they would expect. And that this is not a corner of the desk type of job that you can do, that you have to really be prepared to put a lot of time and effort into getting that job and understanding what you need to do. So that's where I agree. And also the fact that the committee said, they don't want this to be primary, but rather full-time. It's not a recognition that you can't have another job.
Yeah.
It's just a recognition that this job is going to demand this much time from you and you should expect that. If you're able to do it more efficiently, great. But we should be able to expect that that's the level of commitment that's going to come from you, from your family, and from the rest of your job employment opportunities. So that's where I'm at with that.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead, then Councillor Jolly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm not sure I can improve upon the comments made by Councillor Hughes here, but I do want to just add my support. Ultimately, these are difficult choices no matter when the decision to improve or change remuneration to elected officials take place. It's always difficult. The fact of the matter is that there's a perceived problem with how we currently view our elected officials here in the city of St. Albert. And I think it's incumbent upon the city to actually recognize that when an individual signs on and is elected to be an elected official in this community, it is a primary commitment on the part of that individual to serve the people of St. Albert, irrespective of how many hours or the designation of those hours that it comes. So I want to thank the committee for wrestling with that. And quite honestly, I said this earlier, you've found a definition that works. That's brilliant. I think that helps us as a community to wrestle with what we expect of our councillors. And from that then comes the remuneration that is appropriate for it. And again, I think you've shown great wisdom in your research and defining what is and what isn't appropriate. The issue that this council has to wrestle with is when will this take place? And if we're going to do the hard work of being councillors, then we have to make hard decisions. And sometimes that is around timing. And yeah, there will be those in our community that says, they should have waited till the next election. I just as soon it not become an elected or election issue. And Councillor Hughes's point, we need to rip off the Band-Aid sooner or later. So I'm certainly going to support this particular motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jolly, then Councillor Mackay.
Councillor Mackay was first. I don't know if.
Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
So
It'll
late,
give
I
me
can't see
waste
it.
time to figure out. But I'll go. I outstanding comments. And I understand where council is going, and if this is what the direction of the majority is, then obviously that's what it's going to be. But I'm going to go back even to last term. We bring in a independent committee of residents. We even keep it independent by having an administration choose who sits on that committee. Their recommendation, I think, was valid and appropriate that the changes occur in the new term and after 2025. And I don't see any reason to change that. And I don't think that's political. I think that's really the recommendation from the committee, and it totally takes the perception that I, as a councillor, am voting on my own pay increase. And I that's just a personal line that I just don't see wanting to cross, but I respectfully agree with whatever the decision of the majority is, but I can't support the date change.
So Councillor Mackay, I'm going to go to Councillor Jolly next, but if this fails, will you bring back the original motion?
Yeah, I can certainly do that, but absolutely. I mean, I have nothing wrong with A and B. For all of the reasons identified and all of the questions and all of the information that's pertained in the report, it's just the change in the time.
Yeah, because process wise, we can do it that way, or you could make an amendment, but if you're going to bring it back with the original, then we're good either way. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I wish that we'd done this 4 years sooner. I'm also voting against this particular motion, not because I don't think that council should be full-time, but because we were kind of elected on the basis that this is a part-time role and our remuneration is based on that part-time role. I think this means like basically a $12,000 increase. So it's not like we're doubling our salaries, but I'm more comfortable with this taking effect for the next council. Thank you.
It's interesting when I think back to our election that had a person that was running for mayor, and one of the reasons there was some comments of, well, why wouldn't you run for council first, get your name known and get some experience and then run for mayor. And the feedback we got at that time was, I can't afford to at the current salary. Can't afford to run to be councillor and get known in the community and get that experience and then move on to progress into the mayor's role. So salary, I support the $70,000. Because it does open it up to a much larger group of residents that could then afford to run and do this job and do it well and represent residents. I am personally struggling. I knew what the salary was when I signed up. I absolutely had no clue what the workload was, and I'm still struggling with that. But to vote on my own salary increase at a time when, one of the committees that I sit on that as representative for community services, and we hear everybody struggling with food costs and housing costs and homelessness and et cetera, that they're not getting a raise of anything. In fact, they may have zero salary And so to vote on that kind of a raise for myself and the rest of council at that implementation date that doesn't seem to fit well with me, and it doesn't align with the recommendation from the committee. So really struggling with this one, but I would have supported the original recommendation.
Councilor Betsky.
On this particular situation, it's a tough one for me as well, because I mean, I was, when I was elected, I mean, my first term here, and it was described to me that it was a part-time position. So I thought, well, I'll work it around the job. Well, there's no possible job that you can tell them I need to leave at 10 a.m. and then I need to head out again at 2 o'clock and I got another meeting at 6. Like, it's just infeasible to work with any normal job unless you can work your own business around it or something. I don't know. But again, the time invested, I don't feel I don't feel that we don't earn every cent that we make. We work really, really hard. We put in a lot of hours. I spend a lot of weekend hours reading that, I didn't expect either. So it is a tough one. And the only thing is the only thing that's, that's making me want to support this is that this was supposed to be done prior. Like, we've missed time here. So by 2026, this isn't even really a true raise anymore. It's it's so far behind the times. So it's difficult voting on an increase, but it's a difficulty when something is brought forward much later than it should have been as well. So I think in this particular situation, I'll have to support this one. It is a tough decision. Thank you.
I'm going to weigh in. I won't be supporting the date change, but I absolutely 100% do support decisions of the committee to the 70,000 and full time. I can't support the change of the date for a couple of reasons. Councillor Killick said it very well. Everyone who ran for council this last term knew what the salary was, and they committed to the community to work for that salary. We just got 5.5% raise. To then plow on another $12,000 is, I think, inappropriate when you look at the comments from the public. I'm not saying you guys don't work hard. Of course, this doesn't affect me, but I think what it does, it will affect me, because this is going to cause a storm in our community because we're going against committee recommendations. If the committee had come to us and said, you choose the date, I think I probably could have been persuaded, but we asked the public committee to give us a recommendation on the date as well. And as I heard, it was a debate. Not everyone agreed, but the committee is supporting the decision that they put forward, which is to remove the politics of this. 100% remove the politics out of this. The 5.5% was on policy. We didn't vote on it. It's in policy. So this is very critical when you guys are voting on your own salary, and should say the next council, those people that are going to be serving our community deserve this. I think that's apolitical, because who knows if anyone's ready on this current council. So I'm going to stick with the original recommendations of the committee. Councillor Houston.
Thank you. So, this is never a fun topic to bring forward. This is a very, I think this is probably our top 10 of awkward conversations to have. And especially because it's so public. Now, and whoever says they would like it seems like a meanie, and everybody doesn't, seems like they're a hero. And yet what we have is the previous council chose to not bring forward a salary review at the time it could have, to avoid the politics before an election. And now we have it coming forward a year and a half later, and then saying we're now going to discuss it for the next election. And again, to try to avoid the politics in an election. You can't avoid politics when you're talking about a politician and the compensation. It's impossible to say that we're taking the politics out of this. What I keep hearing is this is a raise. What we had was the committee looked at this when we were making $51,000 a year, without looking at what our potential raise was going to be at that moment, and said the proper compensation is $70,000 a year. So regardless of what we had from an inflationary point of view, which was per policy, The recommendation was $19,000 higher to be fairly compensated for this position at the time they evaluated it. The recommendation to delay the date was because they were concerned about political backlash. Are we allowed to say anything?
No, sorry.
So, you know, what we look at too is that you say, okay, well, if inflationary, let's just say we don't get, the third motion passes and if inflation goes at 2% and eventually you get another $1,000 a year. When you look at the inflationary cost of the real cost of living on this, we are basically saying you're going to be full-time at the current salary. There's almost going to be very little difference between the effective cost of living and the actual salary at 70,000 in 2.5 years. So when you are trying to recruit new people and try to get younger people who can afford to take a break from the regular career to do this position and have to start from scratch again after 4 years without any UI or any safety net to help them get going. And then we're trying to attract those people. And yet basically we're saying that what we're currently getting at 58,000 apparently was too much and that it should be the same after inflation after 2.5 years, because that's what we're predicting inflation to be, is very close to that. So it's not easy to make this decision. It's not easy to make it, but I think that if nothing else, we should have a discussion about that timing, which is why I brought it forward. But what we have to recognize is the committee's recommendation was saying this was 70,000 a year. And this was the workload you have, and this is the compensation you should be getting. And not look at, you're saying it's a raise, but simply a readjustment. You have readjustments from administration. They will look at them and we'll have a consultant come in and say, these particular positions are being underpaid. We recommend it's a salary adjustment. They're not getting a raise, they're getting a salary adjustment. And the raises would come from cost of living, not from salary adjustments. So the concern, and the only thing I have is that if we're recommending 70,000 from 2.5 years from now, what we actually need to do is review the year before, see if that number is still valid. Because it's so expired in its timeline. And that's where the problem comes in. We could say that we do this next year, 12 months from now, et cetera, to try to lessen the blow. But the reality is that this is going to be a blow no matter what. And it's just simply a matter of, do you think that you're being fairly compensated for the work you do, or do you agree with what the committee recommended for compensation for a counselor? And the workload for many counselors is a huge surprise. So perhaps you thought with the pay was appropriate for the workload that you thought you were getting into. But now that you're into it, do you still think that that's the appropriate pay? Do you think if you're working 12 hours a week and you need to get that pay? Or you should be compensated because you're taking a full-time job? That's it. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. I've got Councillor Hughes and Broadhead in favor, and I can't see on my Councillor Bermansky in favor. And then I've got Councillor Mackay, Councillor Jolly, Killick, and Mayor Herron opposed. That one fails. Councillor Mackay, you said if that failed, you would bring back the original. Muted.
Ken, you need to mute your
Mayor, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm wondering, I agree with many of Councillor Hughes's comments about, what this should look like 2.5 years from now. Would it be possible to basically have council make recommendations about what it should be starting in 2025, by, I don't know, whatever date, May 15th or something like that? So that we don't have to do those on the fly right now. Otherwise, I can bring amendments to whenever this comes to our council meeting. But
yeah, I'm actually not 100% sure what amendments you want to bring. So
neither am I, which is the challenge, right?
Well, process-wise, I'm going to go to Councillor Mackay for the original motion.
You bet.
If you have a lot of amendments, I think you need to let council know either today after this vote or before this committee recommendation goes to council.
Yeah, well, for sure before it goes to council, I'll sit and think about it. Thank you.
Sure. Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, number one's already being approved, right?
Yeah, so you can take Councillor Hughes's kind of like
Bridge.
a bridge, because I agree with her if we're not changing why I have it in the motion, and just change the date.
Yeah. So up here above, rather than July 1, go up on one more there. So rather than implemented on July 1, 2023.
Day after the next municipal election.
After the next municipal election, following the next municipal election. You need to put a date, like as in,
The original one just said implemented immediately following the general municipal election in 2025.
yeah, I think we should have, I think you should put immediately in there because otherwise following could be in,
Like their first paycheck.
yeah.
After being sworn in.
Yeah, that's when they get their first paycheck, yeah.
And keep A and B, you're saying?
Because there's a 2-week period that you, if you
Hey,
didn't run,
no,
you're still elected until the next one's sworn in. They don't get a raise. So it's immediately after swearing.
Who's on first?
Anyway, I think you know the intention.
yeah, sorry. I was yelling at my dog. Is that ready to go?
Sorry, Mayor Harrell.
Yes.
Would you like you would like it to read be implemented following the next municipal election?
Immediately following the general municipal election in 2025.
It was in the original.
Okay.
I think that's what you want, Ken, right?
Correct, yeah. Sorry if there was other words in there because I'm yelling at my dog.
All right, while they're typing it in, why don't I go to you for opening comments?
You want me to read it in?
Oh, we already know. Did read
All
it
right.
in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think I need to have any extra comments. Comments in previous were right on. It's very spot on, understanding that, but it was just the committee's recommendation that it be implemented in the next term, and I support that.
Great. Anyone else on debate? Let's Bradley.
Well, I understand where council is going on this, but I still have to voice my opposition to this. I can just see what the strategy is around the election in 2025. Previous council, they set us up for failure. I'm going to run on the fact that, this shouldn't be done. Oh, look at me. I'll bring efficiencies to council and just roll back this because I don't think that it is necessary to be compensated at that level. This council needed to show leadership and they have failed. I'm voting against this.
Go ahead, Councilor Bermansky.
I'm seeing this as a problem for voting on the next one, because if this goes forward and then the next one goes forward, that means we've given ourselves a pay cut. So yeah, I think that we needed strength in making a decision, and this is just putting off an outdated decision. So I can't vote in favor of this either.
It's not a pay cut though, right? I just want to make sure that no one thinks they're voting on a pay cut, right? This changes how you adjust next year. You'll still get either whatever this non-union staff gets. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I'm going to put in a wrench to this. I'm also opposed to this. I just don't think we found the right mark in this discussion. I understand where Councillor Bermansky is coming from, that this is effectively a pay decrease, kind of when inflation, well, yeah, what 70,000 looks like in 2.5 years is different from what it looks like right now. So I understand that perspective. I agree with your comments about per diems for deputy mayor duties. I think most councils, they actually get a bump up in salary when they're deputy mayor. So I still think that there's a little bit of rework to be done in this particular area.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the opportunity for, the next election is that hopefully $70,000 will attract more people to run for council. It'll be a message that says, this is a salary that I can live on, and it will open the door to more more residents running on that. I think that we make the decision today or next week at council that it's implemented after the election, takes that out of it from being a political issue, and anybody running could clearly say, hey, I had nothing to do with salary. That was determined by previous council. It was determined by an unbiased, independent committee of residents. And it was their recommendation to have that salary. So it's not really a political issue. And it actually kind of removes it even further, because the committee went and got input from the residents. So hopefully it is always unfortunate. We see low resident turnout on these kind of surveys, 234 people. I wish it was higher on the engagement level, but it is what it is. So to me, when I look at all those factors, I'm more comfortable in saying that this would not be an election issue, and would definitely support the 2025 implementation.
All right, seeing no more hands up. Oh, I'll go last.
Okay. I'm not going to support this either. Because if we were going to do a plan to change it for the next election, the review committee should have met closer to the election. So that's just the timing is everything. And reality is that asking what a salary should be 2.5 years from now using a crystal ball, say this is what the fair remuneration is that's just not the right timing. So if this was an election year and we were saying do this for, in 6 months from now, that makes sense. But we have significant inflation, which is definitely eroding everyone, regardless of where they are, buying power, living quality of life. And we already have a recommendation now to not have it match inflation, which is the next motion. And we're saying that we salary for somebody to apply for this position. So, like I said, if this is actually going to go forward, we actually need to do this all over again for the election, and which is unfortunate because this committee put a ton of work into this, a ton of thought into it. But the timing of when we asked them to do it is the problem if we're not going to implement it for 2.5 years. So that's it.
Yeah, so I think the timing is perfect. I don't think this would be an election issue, as we prove it. No, it's seriously, it's a $9,000 raise. It's not going to be an election issue. If you thought it was appropriate to implement on July 1st, why wouldn't it be appropriate to implement on after the election? If this doesn't pass, we don't have a remuneration scheduled till next term. Next council will be running on a $63,000 salary and part-time. We've all 100% agreed that that's not enough, and then that's not an appropriate description of a job. So I don't know how you can't support this motion. Thank you for the work. It's a good one. Call for the vote.
Can I close?
Oh, right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Your hand go up, but yeah,
no, I don't have to have my hand go
yeah,
up.
you're right. Yeah.
I respectfully disagree with some of the opposing comments. I mean, at any time throughout our term, councillors can make amendments to remuneration policy. I could have come in here and said, you know what, I'm not going to take a salary. I don't need to take a salary. I come in here based on the fact that, as you saw or read on some of the comments from the residents who took the time to fill out the survey, it's public good. This is why you should be taking this job anyways. I don't agree with that. I think that there has to be some compensation, and I think that's why we struck or have a policy that requires us to appoint a council remuneration committee. And like I said in my opening comments, we had that I mean, we give that over as independents to administration. They make the decision as to who makes up that committee. The committee came back with a number of recommendations. One of them was based on the salary amount we see in front of us, the $70,000. There is a process that would see it increase based on COLA, and that COLA would increase. But honestly, I don't see anybody running next term and saying, wow, it's not a $70,000 job. I can do it for 45. I mean, it's not, I can name that song in 2 notes. I mean, I mean, that's basically kind of where our committee has used a lot of research, a lot of background checking, and have come up with an amount that is what they have seen to be as fair. And they saw that as occurring in the next term. So, I mean, there's other portions of the recommendations that we don't have in front of us right now. And we can make amendments when this comes back in front of council. So I'm with the mayor and her comments. I mean, if we don't approve this now, where are we left? So I'm going to end my comments on that.
Call for the vote.
Yes, Mayor. I can't get my shout out.
Okay, so.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm literally lost.
So Councillor Bermansky's a no, Councillor Jolly's opposed, Ken McKay's a yes, you're a yes, I'm a yes. Councillor Broadhead's a no, and you're a no, so that fails. Is that right?
Yeah.
Motion 3.
We have the thing about.
You put motion 3.
Yeah, but we had the 16-week.
Is that not in there?
Oh, that was
Number
separated.
3.
Oh, it's separated out, that's right, Councillor Jolly wanted that separated.
Sorry, Mayor, could you repeat the vote? I didn't hear it. It cut out in my internet, so I'm not sure.
It was 4-3. It failed.
Who were the 4, please?
Councillor Broadhead, Hughes, yourself, and Jolly.
Which is 4 against. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go on to the parental leave. This is your motion. So.
Yeah. This was based, we've had this discussion about parental leave multiple times, many debates, previous council, this council. Recommendation came forward. In fact, we deferred it to the committee decision, and the committee recommended this. So I expect this.
Any other comments? Councillor Jolly, you wanted this separated.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this.
Oh, okay. So why did we separate it out?
Because she wanted to vote against the first 2.
Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. All right, call for the vote.
This is July 1st, 2023.
This is.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We should probably.
I'm unclear how to vote on this because the dates aren't changed here.
No, that's right. This would come into effect July 1st.
So if you get pregnant, Shelley,
You never know, I might.
I'm not banking much on it.
Okay, I've got Councillor McKay in favor, Councillor McKay opposed, Councillor Bermansky opposed, and I've got Councillor Killick in favor, Broadhead in favor, and it passes 5-2.
Adopt.
And now the third one.
And bring forward the third one. Someone else wants to, they're welcome. At least I can't believe it's good.
Anyone want to bring forward the third recommendation?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
That the recommendations from the Council Remuneration Review Committee report submitted on March 27, 2023 concerning the following be implemented effective April 2024. A, that the annual cost of living adjustment for the mayor and councillors should be aligned to the annual non-union city employee increase.
All right, I'll accept that. Any comments?
So again, strong recommendation from the committee, and pretty straightforward on this one. Not really a whole lot to say that aligning it with the rest of the city non-union staff make absolute sense and as well as the timing. So I'm supportive of this.
All right, any other comments? Councilor Broderick?
Yeah, this is one of the problems that the committee identified and gave a recommendation to fix. So I think this is a good recommendation. Fully support this one.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm calling, calling for the vote. So that's Councillor Mackay in favor, Councillor Urbanski against, Councillor Killick in favor, Brought in favor, Councillor Hughes in favor, and myself. So it passes. Okay. All right, it's lunchtime. And we'll see where we take it from here when we get to council. So first of all, before we take lunch, thanks, guys. Thank you to Janice and Dawn for taking almost your full morning. All of you sit here and listen to us comment. And thank you for giving of your time. Awesome. It's a very good report.
I just want to ask Ray if he misses it now.
After this, yeah.
No.
Councillor Mackay, you should be asking me.
Well, I already know your answer.
Name badge is still hanging in the kitchen, so she's coming back one day.
And once again, I want to thank Val for being the chair. She did a really
Yeah.
good job.
She was. Yeah, that was an excellent.
It must have
Thanks,
been her.
guys.
That's
Exactly. We're carrying this stuff.
yeah.
Okay.
I can't hear anything. Is everyone else in the same boat?
I am too. I can't hear. They've locked us out here. Now we got it. No. Cat. No. Now I can.
Okay, I just said we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
They want to sit back together on leave it status.
Have to step out for a minute.
Where are we? Zoom. Get everyone back online?
I should know better.
Hey. So, quickly before we move on, Councillor Jolly, I think, has sent a notice of motion to get to council, so we'll deal with that when we get to council. Our agenda is the 10-year capital growth additions, and Diane's not here. Where are the Diane's? I was pretty clear it's 1 o'clock, wasn't it? Suzanne, are you dealing with this one?
I think Suzanne can probably carry it again if you
Yeah.
wish.
All right, why don't you start us off, Suzanne?
Okay, thank you. So I actually have a small PowerPoint presentation, so I'll just share my screen and then we'll get going on that.
Okay.
Okay, can everyone see that?
You can.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon. I'm here today to present administration's recommendations for updates to the 10-year capital growth plan. The 10-year capital growth plan is a long-term planning tool that provides key strategic inputs for the upcoming budget year, a framework for the 3-year budget plan, and a future outlook of long-range capital requirements. This agenda item is before committee today in response to Standard 12 of the Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles Policy, which reads that with specific reference to the municipal 10-year growth capital plan, a council motion is required to add or remove a capital project charter to or from the plan. For the 2024 to 2023 capital plan, administration is recommending 2 growth initiatives be added and no initiatives be removed. It is important to note that this process is for approval of amendments to the 10-year municipal capital growth plan only, as the estimated funding over the next 9 years will not be sufficient to undertake all growth initiatives on the plan. Administration will bring forward funding recommendations guided by the capital prioritization matrix when the revised 224 to 233 municipal capital plan is presented to council as part of the 224 to 226 business plan and budget. So the first growth charter relates to roadway preliminary engineering design for the transportation network. With the recent annexation of new lands and an awareness that new development is targeted within the north and west of the city, there are multiple transportation projects on the horizon that require attention towards planning and scheduling. History has shown that there is risk associated with developing funding requests for construction at the same time as requesting funding for planning or preliminary design. To mitigate this risk, administration would like to invest in the concept planning and/or preliminary work earlier in the project life cycle and ahead of communicating required construction funding. This will enable improved cost estimate accuracy and scope definition, while also allowing for more holistically planned and designed corridors that meet city standards. This will also put the development community in a better position to understand our requirements and expectations and should reduce detailed design timelines when the time comes. This charter is intended to fund the conceptual and/or preliminary engineering and design to a 60% design level for growth road projects, which will then be used to develop individual project charters for future budget consideration for final delivery of each separate project. The second growth project is for an expansion to the Jack Craft facility. The existing Public Works garage has exceeded full capacity. This has resulted in an increase in contracted work and delays in maintenance completion. Increasing maintenance capacity is priority to handling the existing and future fleet services maintenance demands. If expansion does not occur, the city will continue to see an increase in contracted service and extended repair times on all fleet service vehicles. So in conclusion, administration is recommending that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that 2 new growth projects be added to the 10-year municipal growth capital plan. Once added, the projects will be reviewed and prioritized with all other growth initiatives, and administration will bring back 224 funding recommendations as part of the 224 to 226 business plan and budget. So that concludes the presentation, and we do have staff available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, that's awesome. Opening up for questions, Councillor Killick.
Thanks, Suzanne, and I'm not sure who will answer this, but in the background or on page 65 of our package, it said there are 6 active transportation growth projects: Neil Ross, Meadowview, Fowler, Villeneuve, North St. Albert. And then it lists 8 other new ones, Belrose, etc. So is this additional dollars for the conceptual planning for, is it for all 6 plus 8, or is it just the 8 new ones that are added in 2023? Just
Thank you for the question. I'll pass it on to Dean and Donnie to provide answers.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. I'm not sure if Dean's online, but I can get started. It's the 8 new additions that we're focusing on. The other 6 is an example that we were referring to, and I think the functional planning study has been completed for the 6 that was listed prior.
okay, thank you. And then the other one on the Works Garage, it says we're contracting the work out. So that means space and labor. If we expand the building, that's one thing, but do we actually have the manpower to do the work, or is this like a holding bay, or is it's like there's capital dollars to expand it and plan for that, but do we have the operational dollars to actually have the mechanics do the work?
Maybe we could go right to Jay Mason.
Jay, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So this is a capital project brief at this point. The charter would include the operational cost to bring on two mechanics to fill those bays. When you're talking about contracted services, so that's us shipping equipment out right now to other garages, private garages and stuff. So that's where you lose control over priority vehicles and stuff, of ensuring they're having them back in what we prioritize in a timely manner of getting them back on the road so we can do the service levels. So, but yeah, the full capital charter would include that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That's your last question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I see no more hands up. Yes, you're good.
Shelby.
Oh, go ahead, Councilor Kaminsky. Oh, and then I'll go.
Question for Jay. Yes, I just have one question. It said that the demand from the new fire hall with an increase in their vehicle requirements. Is that the fire hall 1 or the next fire hall 4?
Through the chair to Councillor Romanski, I'd have to confirm on that. We don't typically go by the halls, we go by the equipment they request to support their services. So if they just transferred existing equipment into fire hall 1 from the old fire hall, then it wouldn't include that. But they have their own growth plans that impact us. So we support the entire city's facility fleet services. So within their own growth services, it include fire hall 4 plus whatever they've asked for growth over the last couple of years.
Okay. So you don't know whether it's projected for the future or current needs then?
It is current needs right now, as well as future. So when we did the analysis, we've been at capacity for a long time in fleet services, and sort of been pushing it down the line just due to COVID and a lot of the unknowns. And at this point, with that capacity need, we do communicate with all of our other partners outside. The majority of fleet services is us, but there is fire as well as engineering. We do meet with them to look at their growth stuff. Fire obviously is a big when we do manage fire trucks and services, especially the big pumps and ladder systems, etc. It's quite extensive, the amount of work that goes into those. So we do plan for that. But typically right now we're at capacity with the equipment we have available right now.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Bradhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Mason, how many years does this buy us?
We're constantly looking at alternate systems as well. So this would get us through for the next at least 5 years. There's opportunities of growing operationally, increasing shifts, et cetera. The capacity of the building itself is a challenge because even if you do double shifts, you're still having only so many vehicles that can get on into the floor at one time. So this gets us the ability to prioritize all those vehicles that are a necessity, get back out on the road right away. And then from there, we have the opportunity of looking at growth through additional shifts, et cetera, which would be an operational impact with people as well. On top of that, as the city keeps growing, we will have to start looking eventually at satellites as well. And so within Jack Craft, there is the opportunity, if we do get satellite yards in the future, that we can move certain areas out to satellite, which would open up a couple other spaces within Jack Craft that gives us the growth beyond these 2 bays.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Berment, Mackay.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind everybody, these are capital and we have to run through the prioritization matrix. So before they even get to us, but my question would be to Mr. Fletcher, or if we wanted to add another one in, they have to come by notice of motion. Do we have a specific time frame that you would like to see them in?
What are you adding?
What are you adding? What?
Well, potentially a new police facility based on some of the challenges we're having currently with cost escalation. Sorry, my cold has impacted my.
Did you say police?
Yeah, police. A police facility, for example, and that's just an example.
Oh, okay.
I'm just looking at a timeline, Mr. Fletcher, as to if you would need a notice of motion.
Soon.
I will, yeah, I'll. Diane McMorty.
If you were looking to have one added to the plan for this year, I would suggest probably, and Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong, I would say like probably
yesterday,
like May at the late, like mid-May. We'd at least need direction to start looking at developing a charter.
Yeah, I mean, I saw there's some calendar holds in, at least in mine anyways, it says 10-year, and I think it's, I can't remember when it was, but I was just trying to confirm when, if we wanted to add one, and I was just trying to see if there was any firmer date. So May, middle of May.
Middle of May, yeah.
Middle of May, I think.
Are you talking to build something in next year?
No. Well, yes. I mean, I'm sorry. I took your question literally. Yeah, no, something where it would still have to go through the whole prioritization matrix. It would still have to see if it rose to the top. But I'm just saying we're spending millions of dollars on patching and Band-Aids, and maybe it's time we look at least putting it on the 10-year capital plan.
All right. I see no more questions. Councillor Brodhead, you making a motion?
Sure.
Okay.
I move that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that one, administration update the 24 to 2033 municipal growth capital plan to include the project briefs provided in the attachment entitled Growth Capital Plan Additions. And secondly, the revised 2024 to 2033 municipal capital plan be included in the proposed 2024 to 2026 business plan and budget, along with funding recommendations guided by the capital prioritization matrix.
Any comments?
Oh, I viewed this as a fairly straightforward addition to our capital plan that happens from time to time. And it's administration advising council of the fact.
All right, it's painful.
Yes, it is.
It's necessary. All right, call to the vote. Oh, you want to go?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that long range planning and spending money on that is painful, I guess, but if it gets us closer to better numbers, when we actually do come to the project charters and the time when we actually have to approve that capital, hopefully this is money well spent up front to do that first level of conceptual planning, and puts on our radar at least the long-term view. And I think that's an important role for council, is not just to look at, the things in our term, it's the long range, what's going to be best for residents and future growth of the city. So with that understanding, this is a good motion to bring forward.
Okay. Anything to close? Call for the vote. I think that's unanimous. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. And now for another painful conversation. The tax forecast.
It was a painful.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Not as painful as we led you to believe a little while ago based on the updates. Diane, do you want to offer any introduction?
Please go into Suzanne.
Yeah, no, I'm going to actually just pass it directly over to Anne to do the presentation.
Oh, I got Anne here. Yeah. Sorry.
And good afternoon, committee. I'll share my screen to start the presentation. PowerPoint. Can everyone see that?
Yeah. Sure can.
So good afternoon. The purpose of today's presentation is to share the preliminary tax forecast for 2024 through to 2026. This is done to ensure continued and up-to-date information to the committee as we proceed with the annual process to develop the final proposed budget that will be presented to council in October. As you know, the City of St. Albert follows an established strategic framework to align the city's strategic and business planning, budgeting, management, and reporting practices to achieve outcomes established in the community vision and pillars of sustainability, in addition to council's strategic plan. These components, together with council's bylaws, policies, and resolutions, provide direction to the Chief Administrative Officer for decision-making related to the strategic and business planning, budgeting, management, and implementation of initiatives to achieve established outcomes and corporate reporting to council and the community. To date, we have completed a number of planning activities and decisions have been made by council that will form the proposed budget. In March, council approved the service and service level inventory. Changes made reflect council's motions made to services and or service levels in 2022. As per this direction, the proposed budget will be developed to maintain council approved service and service levels. In addition, earlier this year, council reconfirmed their priorities established in their strategic plan. This direction guides administration as we prepare the budget to ensure that required funding is available to advance council priorities and initiatives. There are a number of factors that continue to impact the city's forecasted tax rates. This includes population, geographical growth, new services, provincial budget impacts, supply volume, and inflationary impacts, and infrastructure investments that have been made. While the city plans for anticipated changes based on the current environment, we cannot always predict all events that will impact us, and the results of these unknown events can impact our budget and thus our tax rates. Through the formal budget process, administration will continue to analyze and review these impacts and update the estimates to reflect the most up-to-date information to ensure that we can continue to deliver services to the community. Early estimates of the 2024 tax rate are within the range of 4.5 to 5.5%, with 4.8% shown on the chart. These estimates are based on current services and service levels with no changes in assessment growth. The 4.8% can be broken down as follows. 5%, as you can see in the blue, is required to maintain current service levels. This includes the 1.5% RMR infrastructure investment. The 0.7% in the yellow represents a decrease in debt servicing. 0.7% decrease in debt servicing as one of the service-placed debentures is retiring, which offsets our budgeted increase in debentures coming on for the police building and Villeneuve Road. In addition, there's a 0.5 increase to add back the pay-as-you-go funding
for the public art and community capital that was decreased last year. So this anticipated tax results in an average of $450,000 house paying about $4,186 per year. It equates to about an increase of 206 more than compared to 2022. And just to give you a perspective, a 1% increase equates to a budget increase of 1.25 million. So if we continue with the same assumptions as 24, a very preliminary estimate of 225 and 226 forecast the taxes to be 3.9% and 5.3% respectively, based on the information that we have today. In both years, you can see that we have the 5% is required to maintain services. In 225, the debt impact is a 1.1% decrease. This is due to another component of the other service-based debenture and fire hall land debentures retiring, offsetting increases in debt coming on relating to fire hall construction, police building, and Villeneuve Road. In 2026, you'll see a 0.3 increase that relates to debt servicing required for fire hall number 4, which offsets that final retirement of a service-based debenture. The following graph provides information related to tax increases since 2017 and the forecasted tax increase for the next 3 years. The lower tax rates experienced between 2017 to 2022 were the result of minimal requests for positions as a result of organizational restructuring and repurposing of vacant positions, increases in revenues due to implementation of electrical franchise fee revenue between 2019 and 2021, minimal capital investments with operational impacts or new debt, and in 2021 and 2022, the budgets were supplemented by reserve funds to offset the COVID impacts. While these strategies provided short-term tax savings, they are not sustainable in the long term. St. Albert is not alone in the forecasted tax increases being experienced, as many municipalities are experiencing the same pressures. The long-term solution is increasing revenue from other sources, which takes time to generate and impact the budget, and with that, the tax rate. Council's priority and focus on preparing St. Albert for more non-residential development will have a positive impact on future years' budgets and tax rates. Looking at the tax rate change comparison of municipalities in the region over the last 10 years shows that St. Albert has the 4th lowest tax increase. Administration and council's continuing focus on efficiencies and prioritization of investment is the major contributing factor, while still providing a high level of service to the community and maintaining a high quality of life. In early discussions with other municipalities, there's preliminary estimates for comparative municipalities are looking at similar tax forecast range as the city of St. Albert. When we discussed with approximately 11 other municipalities, the average they're looking at in 2024 was 4.5%. Keep in mind, it's very preliminary. As we move forward with the development of a proposed budget, administration will continue to take a critical look at our delivery of service and prioritization of initiatives that will move forward to ensure proactive and efficient management of resources. As previously noted, the preliminary tax rates are based on direction decisions made to date, but do not include some of the capital projects that are not yet approved by council. And then also operating requirements that address growth, regulatory requirements for that too. So just something to keep in mind as these are very preliminary. Administration will follow an established planning and prioritization process to determine new business cases that will be included in the proposed budget, some of which potentially may have impact on the proposed tax rate that was presented to council in October. In addition, administration will be coming to this committee with an initial debt strategy, which will discuss the potential tax impacts for future capital investments in more detail. And we'll take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Suzanne. I just had one question. On your graph, you always show a percentage like us and comparable to different municipalities. Could we ever see that graph in a listing of what actual tax amount you pay rather than the percentage increase? Because 4.8% of much higher taxes is always quite a lot different. Or is that the only way it's generally presented?
That is something that we could look at to present to as an option. We also do expenditures per capita that provide that range for more of an apples to apples comparison, which we usually provide in presentations too, but we'll take that into consideration.
Okay, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
I agree. The percent really is a hard number. Compare. Go ahead, Sheena.
Okay, so, and forgive me if I'm somehow missing this, but I'm looking to you, Bill, or whoever. So when we talked just 4 months ago, it was a substantially higher number. Now this number's, I'm not complaining about the fact that we got it down this far, but what changed between then and now that brought the number down? Anything?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, Diane, you can start and then I can jump in.
So one of the things when we showed it to you in January, one of the things that what we did with this specifically with the debt is we knew we had debt retiring. We actually didn't include that decrease in the original forecast that we gave you because we were thinking there's new projects coming forward that are probably going to kind of get rid of that decrease. But what we've decided now, just to be consistent, is that we're going to show you the decreases and increases as they happen. So we may have future debt that is approved by council that will up the tax rate, but as it sits today with our approved projects, what's retiring, what's coming on, that's what the numbers look like. So that was one of the bigger variances from what we showed you in January is we just took the debt component out thinking that it would probably balance out, and it probably will in the end, but thought it was fairer to show real numbers as we know them today.
Okay, so I'm not surprised and I'm happy to give them some books. Which are frightening, my children things. What are we potentially expecting to come down the line between now and the end of December that could affect the tax rate? I'm assuming up is probably the up or down, but what is on hold that could potentially increase it going between now and the next budget? Do we have any debt that we're planning to bring forward for approval? I'm trying to think of something else that we have Villeneuve Road that hasn't been completely approved yet.
Although, Anne, maybe you can jump in. We lost your picture there. I think you're still there. Is Villeneuve already included in these numbers just because it had already passed first reading that we may have included that one?
Yes, Villeneuve Road. So we assume that because it was approved through the budget, we've assumed that in these estimates.
Okay. So is there anything that we should be expecting? I realize such a change up notice, life happens, you guys have things that come up. But is there anything that we have taken off that we're expecting to come in to increase it to a higher number?
And that's what I guess that's where we're coming in May with the other debt strategy to talk about some of the conversations of those other capital projects that are getting discussed and how they may potentially impact, maybe not 24, but future years. So we wanted to get that sightline.
And sorry, just to go back to your other question about why it's lower now than it was. Anne, could you speak to the transit?
Yeah, the other component, Councillor Hughes, was that we would remove the regional transit payment out of, and that was equating to approximately 1.4. So that accounted for 1.4% reduction.
But we took that out this year. We just put that in stabilization this year. But
we'd still planned on out year payments if the commission had not folded. We had to plan for a 24 requisition.
That would only have been the difference between the 23 and 24 because that tax increase we would have already ensued this year. It would have only been the difference in the two, which would have been about $500,000 if I'm remembering correctly. I'm Peter West, but like it was like we were at 1.8, was getting 2.2, something like that. So that would be like half. Like I could say 500,000.
But correct me if I'm wrong, if I remember back, I think we paid for did the out of stabilization, right?
Yeah, we did the motion out of the reserve. So it would be essentially an increase in the difference between the 23 to 24. It was equating to an.
Okay, but when we had the discussion at budget, that was assuming that we were in the transit and that we were paying the 1.4 initially, and that we were going to pay another 0.5, another 0.5 or so in the coming years. So that 1.4, we took it off of this year's taxes, but it would not have affected the number when we talked at the budget at 8% for the following year. It only would have been that little difference, not the 1.4 million. So that's where I'm not really looking at January. I'm just looking at when we had that discussion. I said, what is the tax increase going to be at that time? And it was, 3% ish higher. that wouldn't have accommodated the 1.4. I knew we took it up for this year, but it would have already been absorbed had we not done that for the following year. So that's where I'm kind of.
So Councillor Hughes, are you asking that you're confused that you thought it was included in the 23 budget? Is that what you're asking? And
It
now
was
it wouldn't be an
included.
increase from 23 to 24.
Yeah, like it was included in 23, we removed it, but it would not cause an increase in 24. It would have only been the difference between the whatever the 23 was and what 24 was.
From the initial estimates, yes.
Yeah, it would not have been the full 1.4 million every single year as an increase.
But did we use reserve funding to fund it in 23?
But that was a last minute decision when we realized that we were pulling out, when we realized it was dissolving. That's when we did that decision. So 2023 initially with the 8.4 or whatever the number came in at initially, it's 9.6, was including transit in the full 1.4 million as operating. So that's why I can see the difference projection coming in, but not the initial 1.4 million. So I was just trying to figure that out as to how we got, because did we actually have 3% of debt, equivalent of tax increases of debt that is being retiring? Because that seems like a lot of debt that was retiring for 2024.
I would just have to go back to my spreadsheet to kind of find where.
I'm just trying to get a picture. This is not bad news to me. I'm just trying to figure out how you're able to.
So in the question of the point, so we had the estimated tax impact of the 0.7% in 24 decrease. We had equating to in debenture and interest principal of service place, we had 1.2 million retiring, and then we had fire hall coming on and zone of road of 163. And the police accommodations of 216K. We could provide that detail to you. But
I'd be happy to do an information request and just say, can you just show us how we got to this number?
For the debt?
Not just for the debt, but how did we get from 8 to 4.8 in like from when we talked at budget in November, December to how we got to this year? Just because this is a very it doesn't give me an idea exactly as to how we projected different numbers. And I don't expect you necessarily to have that off the top of your head, but it would just be helpful just to have a clarification. I don't have a problem with that idea that we've gone down to the expectation of the number. I think that's a good news story. In spite of the fact it's still high, it's still a lot better than what we were discussing last budget. I just don't know what assumptions that we've changed to get there is kind of what I'm trying to figure out. And that's why I was asking, like, is there something else coming that could increase the number closer to 8? Because I just don't know what assumptions we've made and the impact of those assumptions. So I'll do this in information request.
Yeah, no, we can put something together.
That way you guys have some time to kind of go over it and just so you know, I'm always gonna have a question like this. So just, yeah, you're gonna be stuck with a couple questions every year if it comes up like that. And the 2025 as well went down, and I'm assuming that's also because of again, it's just the assumptions. So and the debt, right? So yeah, okay. Because if anything, I thought the debt, because the interest rates have gone up, that it would have a higher impact on our potential, payment plan. From when we initially set up and have this discussion. So yeah, I'd just love to see that. So I'll send an information request in to ask for those details, but any more questions? No, but I am, in spite of the fact that it's 4.8 million, or 4.8%, the public needs to understand that this number was coming in substantially higher. And that I really do appreciate the work that's been done.
Well, actually, there is no more questions. So
I'll bring forward that motion.
For this debate.
That's the April 11th, 2023 report entitled 2024-2026 preliminary tax forecast. Receipt as information.
Anything other than what you just said?
You're all free to go away. The public is not going to remember what we have gone through, which is that 4.8, yes, is higher than most people would love to see. But that we were coming in at over an 8% expected increase just 4 months ago. And so having whatever's happened in our assumptions is what I'm looking forward to seeing has decreased that number almost by 50%, a good 40% less than what we were looking at initially. And so in spite of the fact that it's high, it is much better than what we could have been and certainly what we were bracing ourselves for as a council administration moving forward. So I'm grateful that we're looking at this. I'm not sure what's coming down the pipeline that might increase it to make it closer to what was initially projected, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. But if this is maintained, it gives us a much better starting point for when we're going to go through budget negotiations to try to see what number we can get finally land on. That's it. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote.
It's the Councilor Jolly, Councilor Romanski, Councilor Mackay.
Yep.
Yep.
I had my hand up to actually say something, but I guess I'm gonna have to put sparklers or
You can change the tone of your hand or your background, one or the other. It's just so hard to see.
It, you know, in her defense, it totally blends in. I don't even see it.
Sorry, go ahead
Right.
and then say your vote verbally.
well, I can't do anything else for it there. How's that?
That's better. Better.
All right, well, okay.
Oh, he's good.
You good? No comments?
Well, I'm good. I voted already, so I end of let's move on.
All right, moving on.
To Mike and Kristen have been here all day to wait for this. I'm sure you enjoyed the whole morning.
Okay, investment attraction strategy report.
Afternoon, members of the committee of the whole. For the record, for the public, Mike Erickson, Director of the Economic Development Department. With me this afternoon is Christian Benson, Manager of the Investment Attraction and Growth Branch.
You didn't coordinate your jackets?
Not today.
Not today, no.
Only save those for breakfast meetings. Christian will take us through, as a presentation prepared, and he'll take us through it this morning, and then we'll be here for questions.
Thank you. Today presenting the investment attraction strategy, which was first identified in the 2022-2025 corporate business plan under strategic priority 1, economic prosperity. Development of the IAS occurred over the past year and is intended to guide the work of the investment attraction and growth branch, the city's economic development department. The strategy and tactics within the IAS are expected to have a timeline of 5 to 10 years with annual review cycles built into the strategy. The IAS touches on and interacts with many other initiatives within the city's corporate business plan. Some of these initiatives, such as Lakeview Servicing, St. Albert West ASP, and the Land Use Bylaw Update, include economic development in the project team, while other initiatives, such as Green Tape 2.0 and the infill strategy, will have outcomes that impact and improve economic development strategy. The investment attraction strategy was developed with the intention of supporting the corporate business plan through outcome-based approach. These outcomes, including items such as attracting local employment and growth of the non-residential assessment rate, are the goals of the plan. There are 5 corresponding strategies detailed within the report that align with the desired outcomes and provide a strategy for economic development. Finally, each of the 5 strategies contains specific tactics with corresponding timelines that provide a roadmap to achieve these outcomes. For context, the investment attraction strategy is not intended to be all inclusive of the activities and service levels within the city's economic development department. The investment attraction strategy focuses on these activities that bring new investment opportunities to the city. At a high level, the strategies within the IAS look to create an environment for investment and new business within those areas that the city has a strength or competitive advantage in, as well as increase overall awareness of the city's unique value proposition, focuses resource within the economic development department to realize the best investment opportunities for the community. Something that the economic development branch hears virtually every single day is that commercial and industrial developers, investors, and businesses need land. The first strategy of the IAS is to increase the supply of available land within St. Albert. This strategy includes the development of Lakeview, but also includes a scan and identification of other high potential employment lands for future growth. Tactics within this strategy also include an analysis of infill opportunities and brownfield redevelopment, as well as the initiation of a strategic real estate management strategy. The second strategy focuses on the marketability of the Lakeview Business District post-servicing, with the intention of developing a suite of attraction tools and investment in the area. Specific examples related to this strategy include the development of marketing websites and brochures for Lakeview, third-party site certification of developability, investigation into incentive programs, and further establishing relationships with industrial developers and businesses looking to build in this area. The third strategy includes an increase of outbound prospecting, which is the process by which staff actively engage with potential clients to try to generate leads for new investment and business in St. Albert. Although this is an activity that economic development already undertakes, this strategy helps to focus our approach to complement existing competitive advantages and land uses within the city. In addition to the prospecting plan, the strategy also includes an evaluation tactic and tools that help evaluate and track analytics related to outbound prospecting. The fourth strategy utilizes the city's established target sectors to further develop relationships and connections to those industries that the city has a competitive advantage in. The target sectors, established through external reports initiated by the city in 2019, are also consistent with the focus sectors established by Edmonton Global. The target sectors include advanced manufacturing, agribusiness, clean tech, construction, health and life sciences, and transportation and logistics. Although attraction efforts will not be exclusive to those industries that are not considered within the target sectors, the strategy will allow economic development staff to further realize the highest value opportunities for the city's industrial lands. The fifth and final strategy focuses on further development and refinement of the city's passive investment tools. Passive investment is the hosting of information and analytics that provide a platform for interested businesses and site selectors. You can consider passive investment tools similar to the process of online shopping ahead of going into the store for a purchase. Also included in the strategy is the use of marketing and public relations tactics that draw attention to the city's opportunities and positive investment environment, as well as the use of traditional and non-traditional social media and channels to reach audiences that may or may not be familiar with St. Albert's investment opportunities. That concludes today's presentation on the Corporate Business Priority Project Plan Investment Attraction Strategy. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the presentation.
Awesome. Great presentation and really good report. So open up the questions. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Russ.
Well, I agree with the mayor. I certainly appreciated the report, and maybe I'm just asking the obvious here, but when you talked about identifying more land within St. Albert for light industrial or that kind of expansion, what came immediately to mind was land in proximity to Pro North. Is that been thought about? Is that an option, or how does that play in relation to Pro North being in Sturgeon County?
Yeah, I think, you nailed it with what potential lands could be. Within our annexed area, there's quite a bit of additional land. A lot of it could be earmarked for industrial or employment. We've looked at those lands. We've had conversations with our counterparts in Sturgeon County. I think for us, the answer really is, when is it serviceable? So we work with our utilities engineering and planning group and seeing what the timeline for servicing is. So I know that land in the Northwest is probably more on the 20 to 25 year horizon when it comes to servicing. But that's exact type of conversations we need to have now to develop a framework of when we can have this additional land size. And the area you're talking about is in that neighborhood of a Lakeview sized business district. So that's exactly, once we have initiated Lakeview, I think that's the next step is looking at other lands that become the next Lakeview in a decade or two.
Fair enough. Second question really was around land absorption. South Real, it seems like it was filled overnight. We service Lakeview. Do you see similar sort of momentum continuing in that respect?
I'll speak to this first and I'll let Mike jump in as well. I think that's a great success story. I mean, we're talking probably since 2018 on the first development of property within Anthony Henday Business Park, Quad Rail's South Rail property. So that's approximately 100 acres of light Class A industrial. And that was an incredibly fast absorption rate, but it does track and follow what's happening in the Edmonton region. So, St. Albert is unique in that we have some serviceable industrial land that went quite quickly, but we know within the region in the Northwest in particular, our vacancy rates for industrial are quite low. St. Albert sits at the last quarter 0.4% vacancy. And I checked this morning, I think we have maybe 2 or 3 properties that would be considered industrial for sale within the entire city. So we know that serviceable industrial land is at a premium. As for timelines for Lakeview, I think if current market conditions maintain, and we certainly are optimistic on that. We can expect, 600 acres will take a longer time to absorb, but the interest that we've seen from private developers at this point suggests that land is at a premium. Certainly is. Serviceable land will go quite quick. So maybe I'll add if Mike said anything else.
You did a pretty good job, and it's tough to predict the future. The one thing I would add is it really depends on what we see. We are seeing some inquiries come in. We just had Edmonton Global here. We've seen some inquiries come in through Invest Alberta and Edmonton Global that are talking about huge swaths of land, potentially 100 acres in one shot sort of thing. So it really depends on the opportunities that are coming forward. But I think Kristen sort of spoke to the historic what we've seen in recent years.
Yeah. The reason why I asked the question is that hearing Edmonton Global this morning, I think Malcolm threw out the idea that we had, 500,000 square feet of warehousing, and that was big for St. Albert, but in the region was something like 10 million square feet in the same time period. Contrast that with developers that are in or around our Lakeview Business District to the north, and they don't want light industrial because they said it's going to take 70 years to absorb that kind of land. How do we convince them that perhaps, it's not Death Valley days if their land is continuing to be light industrial?
Yeah, I'll say that the development industry we work with is they're quite smart individuals, and they know what's selling on the market. So Malcolm spoke this morning, and he probably even understated. We're in the over 1 million square feet just in the Anthony Henry Business Park of development. So St. Albert certainly is punching above its weight. I think it would surprise a lot of people to know that industrial lands within St. Albert, we've outgrown Sherwood Park proper when it comes to industrial square footage. So St. Albert is no longer this community that is maybe seen as a strictly residential or commercial corridor. We are developing a strong industrial base. I think that developers within Lakeview, we've spoken to a lot of them. We're a landholder as well with the city of St. Albert. We've had a lot of interest from developers on our lands. And primarily they're light industrial. And to Edmonton Global's point this morning, it's a lot of the strengths we have in the region, this logistics, transportation, warehousing, manufacturing. Those are the developers that want this space. And it's a bit of a different product than other regions have. So, St. Albert's, what's our unique value proposition? Ours is more of they'll call it Class A, but it's access to transit. It's higher development standard. We have really good logistical connections. So we are a different product than what you would find out in counties around the Edmonton area. So I think our product in itself is highly desirable. And I don't think it's going to sit like you have seen in other decades. But to Mike's point, we can't predict the future, but currently right now the market's indicating that very fast and high absorption of industrial lands.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
And you
Mayor.
bring up a good point, because it was our first term.
So over a decade ago, we identified Lakeview.
2012, I have those reports on my
Yeah,
notes.
so we need to start looking at the next one. Right, what's probably in the annex lands, but we really need to, probably not for this council's term, but we need to set aside our next big park. Ken.
Thanks. I just want to add my congratulations on the report. A question, I guess, they're not, your strategies aren't prioritized though, are they? They're pretty much simultaneously or concurrent?
Yeah, Councilor Kai, it's, they're more concurrent. I have a separate document that we work on that's more of a tactic-based document that has prioritization by year, but we think a lot of these strategies and the corresponding tactics, they work together. They're more of a collaborative sort of approach to investment attraction. So there's no top priority out of this.
Yeah, because I was just looking at a high level, your tactics, some seem to almost be similar around whatever strategy you're looking at. And I just didn't know whether or not one came before another or not. And I guess my last question, maybe a concern, seems ambitious. Do you have the staff? Can you actually accomplish it, or is this going to be difficult to achieve?
Thanks, Councilor McKay. We're investment attraction and growth is a branch of two people within the city's economic development department. The tactics we identified certainly are ambitious, but there's a timeline of 5 years for most of these. So Lots can occur concurrently. Some complement the work that's either been accomplished or is underway. So I feel like we have a document that is workable. And we certainly have support within the rest of our department to look at some of these strategies. And I'll even make a point, some of them are inclusive of other activities that other departments in the city are currently undertaking. If things like the infill development strategy or brownfield redevelopment are activities that we work collaboratively with engineering and planning development.
All right, well, good. It looks like a Royal Roads exercise is what it looks like to me. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ted.
Go ahead, Mike.
So we heard this morning from Edmonton Global about kind of the advantage of the region, and this whole plan speaks very positively about being positive about what we have to offer, which I think is we have to get out of that woe is us kind of mode. So this is really to see. My question is around our competitive advantage, because if I look at the target segments that we're looking at, they are pretty much the same segments that everybody else in the region has identified. So Sherwood Park is going after the same ones, and Spruce Grove and et cetera. So how do we really differentiate ourselves to say everybody is, hunting as a pack, to use the term from Edmonton Global, but what does it mean to say, but we're different here? And one of the things that came up was the whole thing about our permitting should all be the same. But if we made our permitting better than everybody else's, which I think it already is. Right? So I've selected that one because, it's a good news thing. It's not a key differentiator that we would really want to leverage, but so that's one. But what are the others? Because we've been kind of talking about it for, last couple of years as what's going to make St. Albert more attractive, not attractive, but more attractive than everybody else in the region that's going after these same segments with the same, available land and servicing and whatever.
Maybe I'll field that one. I think there were a couple questions in there. I'm going to pull out maybe the first one. I think, how do we compete even though we do hunt as a pack? And I'll just say that there are many opportunities that come to the region, but there are also many opportunities that I would say start at a more local level that we identify ourselves or that we compete with our neighbors with. And we recognize that, and we work constructively with our neighbors, but sometimes we know that we have to go head to head and compete with them on different opportunities. I think you also sort of made a comment about, we compete for a lot of the same things, but maybe you've heard me sort of talk to these themes a little bit before, where I do think we separate ourselves a little bit is we talk about St. Albert being this mid-sized city and an option that's a little bit more, has all the services and amenities that you might want as a business looking to locate. We may not be able to go head to head on the most competitive, the most affordable land prices. But we were at an event just a couple of weeks back hearing from industry and industrial developers saying, boy, they would sure like better internet connection. We've got some of the fastest speeds in the region and from some of our businesses that we talk to even across Canada. Boy, would it be really nice to have transit. Boy, it would really be nice to have employees that live in the neighborhood just next door, rather than having for them to drive from around the region. Those are some of the things that we're hearing from some of the more cost advantaged jurisdictions within our region. So I think there's a lot of differentiators that we have, and we want to make sure, and part of the strategy is to make sure that those who need to know in our region and beyond know that.
I think maybe if I could just riff on that very quickly. Your point's a good one. This doesn't happen in isolation, right? So our housing growth, the responsible growth of the city needs to take this into account. 7,000 jobs in Lakeview means that we need 7,000 new residences for people across the spectrum of affordability, which is you're well aware, Councillor, we're working on with our development community. So our housing matters. I think those things that define St. Albert, that sense of community, our green spaces, those are the types of things that are desirable for companies looking for places for their employees. Even those who wish to live outside, if they can get here and work, speaking to transit, speaking to the transportation networks that exist, all of that comes together, and that's the narrative, I think, that sells St. Albert. Perhaps you get some cheaper land further out, but you don't get that same quality of life for your people and that same access.
And our permitting is quite good. We have landed business as a result of the speed of permitting. So
and it does speak, I think, to the important relationship between economic development attraction and our planning department, right? Who are looking at sort of the long-term footprint and growth of St. Albert under your direction.
Say that again, really loud.
It's a point of differentiation. The Global brought up a great point about standardization, but we certainly wouldn't want to sacrifice our competitive advantage when it comes to permitting time. So a recognition that maybe there is a threshold they're trying to establish for permitting, but we would
already met that.
Could already made or superseded. So it is a point of pride for us, development, and certainly within our planning group as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Any more questions? I put a little heart when you said promote brownfield redevelopment. I don't know if we need provincial legislative changes to kind of get that going. I'm not sure. Do you know?
Yeah, and it's speaking a little bit
The environment side.
in my past life and environment, there's a lot of federal grants available as well for brownfield redevelopment. So brownfield doesn't always mean contaminated. Brownfield sometimes means underdeveloped or opportunity for new development. So when we do look at brownfield strategy, there are opportunity for reclamation of sites, and generally speaking, a lot of sites that are contaminated, they're in great locations, and we have some within
St. Albert Trail, right?
Exactly, St. Albert Trail, our commercial corridor. There's some within the downtown of St. Albert. So marketability and the business case for those lands comes along when price of land improves, but there is a role to play for government when it comes to brownfield redevelopment, and there's the incentive side of it, which does work typically with federal grant money, but there's also other types of incentive that we could do within the city that we'll look at in an incentive strategy that may help for redevelopment of these brownfield sites.
Speaking of incentives, you sent out a survey to council about the first business forum. You don't have to reveal the topic today, but I'm hoping incentives is going to be high up on the first, second, any part. Can you reveal?
We will discuss incentives soon.
Okay. Because I think when I was reading this report, almost every section talked about incentives. There are different types of incentives all over. So if we had, that would be really good. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
This is a follow-up question. So the whole advantage of kind of diversifying the tax base of St. Albert, attract businesses, get more taxes from businesses and lessen the burden on the residential side. So with all of the discussions around this, how does your economic development department compare in the region? Like it kind of goes back, are we understaffing to achieve this goal? Because this is a goal of your plan, but I'm trying to layer on a bigger picture that this is really, as we've said, top priority for council for reasons stated. So come budget time, are we saying we could really make a difference if we were shifted one person over in our total city headcount into this focus?
Maybe I could just jump in there and say, you can say whatever you want, Mike, at the end of the day.
Charismatic for sure.
But
better, but
your point's well taken, but so we don't know yet because we haven't done the math. So the business case discussion, the priority is Lakeview, loud and clear, surrounded by spotlights. Right. What that means, I think, is subject to a holistic look across the city. So I think it would be a little bit premature to try to dial that in when we look at all of those bits and pieces. How to get off that.
I just want to make sure that my question was really to make sure are we supporting our own strategy, priority of council through enabling your group to deliver on this?
If there's a need for reprioritization or a business case, rest assured that will come.
Okay.
I think you just got one vote.
And I will be listening with thumbs up.
So no need to poll our regional neighbors on most charismatic. We've got that.
We already know.
Yeah. Well, we are matching.
Best dress. Do that one too.
Hey, Councilor Hughes.
It's a good question. I don't remember seeing this type of a strategy in the past. Is this a brand new? This is a brand new creation, correct?
Yeah, exactly, Councilor Hughes. And we worked with our strategic services department to make sure it actually fits within the structure of what our new long-term strategies look like. It's being presented today to the SCOW group solely because it was a corporate business priority. So yeah, you caught it. It will actually feed into our departmental plans, our long-term departmental plan as well.
I feel like we've been asking for this for a long time.
I appreciate it because I just think that it provides some focus as to what you're trying to accomplish, and then you can set passes from there. And I think that, so just over the course of like 10 years, there, like sometimes it feels it's floundering, like you just don't know where kind of development's going with it. And it's kind of almost piecemeal. This provides a bit more structure so that we actually are trying to achieve the goals and focus we're trying to go. So I appreciate this stuff.
So back to the conversation about identifying the next business park. This might be a question for you. Or Trevor, because it's going to bleed into our next conversation about the growth plan and major employment areas and how we allow for St. Albert to have an impact on the region on employment. And I'm sure we would welcome a major employment area, but it's not identified in the growth plan. So just wondering strategy wise, are we going to be in conflict if we start identifying new?
Well, it comes ultimately down to the collaboration and the homework we do to underpin it, I think, right? So under the MDP with a proper ASP and a proper engagement regionally, I think we'll be well positioned. Trevor, feel free to jump in on that. But
in the next one, Trevor.
But I guess the short answer is that comprehensive growth plan.
Right.
That's it.
Okay. For next one. Okay. Strategy 4 was prioritize attraction efforts on target markets, and 4.3 was regional initiatives. Felt like there was a glaring absence of collaborative economic development. An initiative that is not even mentioned, bringing on new lands.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor Heron, I think you caught that, and CED actually doesn't fall within the economic development and investment attraction area. It's under another group. So we support CED. We are members of any type of project going forward with it. And that sort of regional economic development efforts kind of speaks to it a little bit. And there is a specific corporate business plan goal around CED. So we're not deliberately trying to ignore it, but we're trying to capture within our strategy things that we are directly responsible for.
Okay. But you're not directly responsible for the hydrogen conference.
I would just add that I see that being a bit of a tactic, like a tool that can be used, right, under one of these strategies. That's maybe how I see it. And part of it is we're still, I guess, we're not finalized. I know I just went through a review of one of the tools that's going to be made public soon. So it's not at a point where it's completely finalized to the point where we wanted to embed it in this, sort of 5-10 year strategy document.
Do you want to add to?
Yeah, I guess, just by happenstance to be here and speak to the Collaborative Economic Development Initiative. But again, like once this framework is established, it provides council an opportunity to invest outside of St. Albert's boundaries. So there's a particular type of development that isn't suitable sort of within the characteristics of St. Albert from a land use planning perspective. But then there's that opportunity to sort of share in the tax revenues that are generated.
And vice versa. Like we could have the region investing in St. Albert, right, which would help us bring. That's why I feel like it belongs here. It's not, as long as it's not forgotten. How about, Ed, do you want to put a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I can, being as the last one failed.
Yeah, I'm already there with you, pal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, who's counting, right? Who's keeping score? That your April 11th, 2023 agenda report entitled Economic Development Investment Attraction Strategy Report be received as information, and that we add 20 more people to there. No, I will leave it at after information.
Any comments?
No, I mean, great questions, great dialogue. I mean, it's great to see that in this, and I raised it, and Mike raised it. Now I guess let's see if we can actually get meet some of those targets and actually just to see what success looks like will be interesting. Like, how do we measure achievement, right? So congratulations.
Really good. Oh, really good. Yeah. I see no more comments. Call for the vote. Councillor Mackay and Romansky are in favor. Councillor Jolly left right before this one started. So thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking around all day. Yeah. And you're right at the table, ready to go, Trevor.
Are we going in camera for this, or are we doing this public?
We're doing it publicly, right?
Publicly, but if there's a need to talk about the specifics of a vote, I would recommend you go on camera.
Do we have a motion ready to go in camera? Okay. Normally we go in camera for this, but I've kind of been pushing back on why, so you must have a template motion ready. Okay. Okay. All right, Trevor.
All right, good afternoon, committee members. Pleased to provide a briefing on this week's Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board briefing. I'm also joined by Katie Mahoney, our senior planner for long range planning. So the EMRB agenda package was released Thursday evening at 3 o'clock, and the board is scheduled to meet this coming Thursday. Within the agenda this week, within consent agenda, there's several sort of clerical items that includes committee and task force meeting minutes, corporate bylaw and policy framework, and then the board's Q4 financial report. So at this point in time, the board's anticipating a $809,000 surplus come year end. That's still subject to their annual financial audit that needs to be completed. Coming forward from the Metropolitan Region Servicing Plan Standing Committee is a solid waste data strategy. And really, this is a framework for the region to share data as it pertains to solid waste metrics moving forward. So the other item is the CEO's performance evaluation. And this, of course, will be an in-camera discussion with board members. And then the most substantive item this week is the regional evaluation framework and Sturgeon County's proposed Villeneuve Airport area structure plan. So after administering the REF process, which of course all statutory plans in the region are subject to, EMRB administration has recommended that this plan be refused, which thereby triggers this item coming before the board for a decision. As council is aware, this application was initially scheduled to be deliberated by the board in December of 2022, but was pulled by Sturgeon County prior to the meeting. So since that time, the county's made several amendments to their application and resubmitted their application. Amendments since December include a staged approach to growth in keeping with the regional growth plan timeframe and beyond through the introduction of a future study area. This latter phase will be initiated based on infrastructure availability and market demand. And further details regarding existing servicing infrastructure are provided, including that there's no regional sanitary or water infrastructure that serves the area. A 200 millimeter diameter water supply line was constructed from the hamlet to Villeneuve Airport in 2021, and no potable water service connection directly to the larger plan area between the hamlet and Villeneuve Airport. Further details about provincial highways and potential upgrades are also provided. So policies added include outline plans to demonstrate coordinated land use planning approach, reclaimed lands to be in keeping with the regional agriculture master plan direction, phasing and development to be in a clustered and contiguous manner, coordination of servicing through servicing units or areas requiring detailed engineering briefs through outline plans and collaboration with affected parties through non-statutory planning processes, and specific details about required changes or upgrades to transportation network has been deferred to that outline planning stage with policies that speak to collaboration with affected parties, including Alberta Transportation. So this slide here sort of articulates the EMRB's third-party consultant rationale as to why they're recommending refusal of this application, and then some of Sturgeon County's responses within the agenda package and sort of some preliminary analysis that's included in that. So after they've resubmitted the application, EMRB administration has administered the REF process.
Dan, can you mute?
I apologize.
No problem. Keep going, Trev.
Yeah, so the third-party evaluation's been completed. So this chart details the evaluation criteria used to recommend refusal and Sturgeon County's response to that. The EMRB also notes in their backgrounder that while the primary purpose of the REF is to review plans for alignment and consistency with the growth plan, municipalities may use the process itself to bring forward unique or innovative plans which may not have been contemplated at the time the regional growth plan was developed for consideration by the board. So the process for the discussion on April 13th is as follows. It is strictly a yes or no decision amongst the board. So the chair will introduce the item. The CEO provides context setting outline of the process. Sturgeon County provides a presentation regarding growth plan alignment. The board may then ask questions of Sturgeon County. EMRB administration and third-party review provides joint presentation. The board may then ask questions of administration and the third-party review. Sturgeon County moves the motion to approve the plan. It is accepted by the chair. Sturgeon County then makes opening comments. The board can ask questions of clarification. There's then a board debate. Sturgeon County makes closing comments, and then the board votes. And apologies for detailing that, but it's a quasi judicial process, and it's the first time the REF has been a REF vote has been considered in some time. So just to sort of high level discuss what's on the slide here. So there's basically 4 evaluation criteria that the third party consultant and EMRB administration have recommended refusal of the plan on. So that includes evidence of effective coordination between participating municipalities for the necessary implementation of sanitary sewer and potable water infrastructure. They say that that's absent. Secondly, that major investments in sanitary water and stormwater services will be required to fully implement the ASP's vision. The proposed expansion of the major employment area is contrary to the regional growth plan, and therefore the significant infrastructure investment cannot be supported. Under 5.2, there's no infrastructure is currently dedicated to public transit or active transportation facilities within the plan area. And under the section 5.5, connections to transit and active transportation networks are considered optional and may be implemented with the provision or with the cooperation of regional partners, and provision of these services is an important component of proposed employment areas. So in some of the materials that are included in the board's agenda package, and of course this might get fleshed out more during the presentations and deliberations later this week. But essentially with respect to 5.4, Sturgeon County withdrew its application in late 2022 to address the initial refusal evaluation. And since that time, the application includes some additional information that no regional sanitary water infrastructure serves the area. 200 millimeter diameter water supply was constructed. And no potable water service connection to the larger plant area. Under the next section, there's been some refinement to articulate that development is strategically planned to use the least amount of land possible, and underground infrastructure is already in place. And then again, note some of the infrastructure improvements and broadband investment that have been made in the area. And then under 5.2, this wasn't directly sort of responded to within the materials we've seen, but there are some additional policies with general linkages to complete streets that weren't in the initial application in December. And then under 5.5, again, not something directly responded to in the materials, but there's some added language around working with affected partners, Alberta Transportation, regarding transportation network improvements. So that is at a high level, the REF application being considered by the board later this week. And if committee members wish to discuss the application in further detail, it's recommended committee moving camera, but happy to take any initial questions that council committee members may have.
Awesome. Questions? Go ahead.
I don't think this requires us.
We can go in camera?
I don't think my question requires in camera, but I'm still a little bit unclear of how they solved the water issue. And you spoke about it a couple of times. That was one of the initial reasons that it was refused. And I'm honestly, Trevor, I just was missing something. Could you just run through how they have solved that water, potable water, sewer, infrastructure issue, I guess?
So again, I think there's a differing of opinion on this, and this is partly why it's coming to the board for a decision, is EMRB administration and the third party REF evaluators have said they haven't solved that. What we can say from the initial plan that was submitted to the revised plan that was submitted is there's been some additional clauses around articulating what infrastructure is currently in place there, and that they note additional infrastructure upgrades will be required in the future that will be completed through these non-statutory planning documents. Sorry, I forget the name that they're called. Outline plan.
You put that slide back on, one that said previous to question. Where did that come from? That this is developed in-house?
Yes, so the far left column, that's the portions of the REF criteria that the third party reviewer and EMRB administration have put red X's beside that have triggered the REF vote.
I get a copy of that?
Yes.
That's more what I was thinking. I think I need a copy of that one. Wes, you want to go on camera and ask your questions?
Yep.
Okay.
Please, if you don't mind.
Whatever the motion is. Wes.
24A, is that right?
I move that council move in camera to discuss the matter pursuant to section 21 and 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, thank you for that. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
So Sean, I mean, I don't care, everyone can stay, but we need to ensure this is not getting, how do we do that?
Break over. Grace the bigger.
And Mayor, you'll have to accept it because you're in here too, unless you log out of the Zoom call.
I'll do it.
want to ask any. I think one has something I do is to know. I was gonna ask about it. About- It's entertaining, you should. Can I have it like a broadcast?
Any of you guys remember Maxwell Smart? Go under the drawing.
We get their votes at home? Yeah. Yes, from Councilor McKay, Councilor Romansky?
I just got sound now. I didn't hear anything you just said.
Oh, sorry, we just had a motion to receive for information.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's unanimous. All right, and you said you had something to read in?
Yeah, just that motion that we had, that when we had the workshop or the, whatever.
Salary.
The committee meeting, and I said I'd bring forward a motion on Millennium Park. So it was asked if I wanted to bring it for today, so that just we get it in the queue.
Yep.
So it is that administration provide council with 3 alternative Millennium Park design options that are categorized based on scope, cost and scope as high, medium, low levels of development by Q4 2023, which incorporate as part of the design alternatives, the feedback heard at the April 4th, 2023 special committee of the whole meeting, and which permits the current scope of work in the project charter to continue. All alternatives should prioritize design elements that support event use and consider increasing the amount of open space, increasing viewscape opportunities to the river, and accessing flow between Smart Place, Millennium Parks, and Lions Park beyond what is suggested in the original concept plan.
All right, get that in the queue. All right, anything else?
Can I read the TELUS letter in today? Get it in the queue?
Notice motions here like that. I thought we had to do them at
We
council.
have to amend the procedure bylaw technically to allow it.
Okay.
So,
Just to do like, you guys can just put a news release.
well, we have, once you send in the email, that's when the time starts counting. And if we don't have a count.
Speaking in public is just to get the public aware.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because I sent something that was similar, just not as refined.
Yeah.
Day after. So is that when the clock started ticking was on Wednesday?
No, when you first sent it in, I think that's.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
There's no rush on that.
Okay. Well, no, well, yes and no, because they have the design, they have the RFP, and if the designer's gonna do this as opposed to just one design, we have to give them a heads up that they're doing it. So if there is some kind of a appreciation of.
RFP's gone out though, right? Oh, I thought we did.
Well, it's ready to go. We paused it
For this?
for the conversation.
Oh, but I thought the day after the workshop or whatever we called the committee, special council meeting, whatever it was, we were releasing RFP.
But we were still poised to release this, but now we have a motion that could implicate it.
Okay, I didn't want to stop it though, because my motion still says it allows the project charter to continue. So.
Yeah, the work will still continue, but do we need to look at additional options, like design options as part of the RFP? Is this what we're waiting for the clarity on?
You want to bring this forward next week for discussion? Would that help? Like, I'm just looking at your time. I'm willing to do it and try to go away from notice of motion on the sensitivity if necessary.
I'd have to see if that would give staff enough time to do the background or.
Okay.
That would be the 18th.
Yeah.
Has to be done.
This was just building design options, right?
It's just as it's the top, but this is about them providing the designs to the, whoever gets the RFPs, maybe doing something design work, and so they're doing one or they're doing 3. So I can't just slow anything down. So if you want me to bring it forward sooner, like even whatever it comes, just tell me, even if it's a last minute backgrounder.
We'll discuss it and
Yeah.
get back to you
If you
soon.
want me to do it, and if the agenda committee meets and says this is better, just let me know I'm open to doing that. It's fine, because it's about just trying to get the decision.
All right, we're done. Meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone.